Good morning. Morning, Ollie. Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday to you. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, the 6th of June. Today is a day in history. U.S. Army remembers June 6, 1944, the invasion of Normandy, D-Day. Let's see if we can't get something going here in the futures. Had it gone in any other way, we'd probably be living in a different society. It sounds like, who was it, Lou Rawls, if I coulda, woulda, shoulda? Yeah, a lot of things could happen differently, right? All right, so the way we left it on Friday was 3-to-1 down volume on the NYSE, 2-to-1, almost 3-to-1 on the NASDAQ, and tick cumulative on the hourly chart was trying to cross over. 5-minute was bullish, moving sideways basically. Today we're starting off with futures higher by 45 handles, 46 handles. If you took any calls last week for this week, Monday or Wednesday, congratulations. Amazon splits today 20 for 1. It has split already. If you noticed, it's trading 125.17 right now, 125.20. Give him the position. I put my kids in this before the split. They now have 20 shares each of Amazon. So hopefully Amazon will get back up into the thousands again. That would be really cool for their one investment that could help fund their college education. Okay. What else is going on? We got all the FANG stocks that are higher this morning. 16 of our indicators were neutral at the end of last week. Many indicators were overbought and had faded. The sectors look pretty good. Sectors look good. Let's see. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so all of our sectors had turned more green. Okay. Red from left to right in the top panel. This is updated on Fridays. International markets also look good. Note the South American countries are doing well. Sweden and looks like Who is this? China. China last week, we had a lot of Chinese stocks that were moving. So maybe you trade some of those names. Brazil did very well last week. Okay, Brazil. One of the top names in Brazil is a petroleum company, Petrobras. Okay, this had a pin at 14. If you reviewed Brett's comments over the weekend, he posted a video on YouTube about Petrobras being pinned at the 14 level. That's where major gamma and delta was positioned. Now that about 40% or more of the gamma rolled off on Friday, this is open to run. There's a higher strike in the 20s. I forget the exact level, but it's in the low 20s where we could see price meander towards. I'm probably going to buy some shares of Petrobras. Oil and gas, obviously, on a tear. That probably continues. Okay, bullish on Brent crude. The moving averages are starting to tilt up and to the right now. So after this consolidation since March, 3 months of consolidation, we're starting to move again. Many of you are looking for higher prices in crude. I hope not. I know you guys out in California are paying higher prices than we are. We paid $4.20 this weekend. I topped off my tank, I believe. It was at $4.20, $4.29, something like that. Anyway, the idea that we could be paying over $5 a gallon is just crazy. Moved here in August of 2020, and gas was $1.60 a gallon. So I feel for you guys out and ladies out in California. Natural gas, there's a number of trades on natural gas that were mentioned last week. Oak is one. Oak, OKE. Okay. The way we left it last week, we had a lot of power related names. Quanta was on the move. We had some of the aerospace and defense. Northrop Grumman, that was a swing trader alert. They got shaken out. Finally broke out on Friday. Alaska Air, ConocoPhillips, I believe Prism is in Conoco. Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, all of these oil and gas names most likely will continue. Okay, and on the Dow Jones, don't forget IBM. IBM's on the watch list this week. IBM had a good week. Looks like it's trying to break out of this base. So we'll be watching that as well. Futures are currently higher. If you have SPY calls, I'd be taking some off in the first 15 minutes. Today is D-Day, June 6, 1944 was a big day for Europe. The Normandy invasion. Okay, let's see who else is doing well here. I'll be taking UVIX. I'll be taking some covered calls off for another gain. Keep bringing my cost basis down below 14 now. Let's see. Yeah, we should be fine. Should make about $100 per contract. I have 500 shares, 5 contracts. Starbucks, looking for Starbucks to follow through. Starbucks is up $1.40. A lot of the, keep an eye on the alternative energy names like ChargePoint and the stocks that provide lithium or make batteries. Here's XPON. This one's been on a fade. This company makes batteries, lithium batteries. What else? LAC, American Lithium. For that to push higher. LIT. Let's see what these look like. LAC. LAC. That's up 57 cents. LIT, the ETF, lithium ETF, that's up $1.22. Trending. We got Generac. We have I think it's still a tropical depression. Is it a hurricane yet? For those of you watching the tropical depression / hurricane in the Gulf. We've got GNRC. This tends to do well during the months of May through October. If you go back 10 years, you'll see that almost every summer into the early fall, this company tends to get bought up during hurricane season. Generac, I know Susie's in this. I'm in it. There's a few people in this. Looking for that to follow through. We got 3 minutes to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, I don't do much of anything. Important concept for new members. If you're listening, new members. Important concept. Don't do much. I don't do much in the first 15, 20 minutes. I wait until about 9:50. The reason being VWAP. Okay, VWAP doesn't mature until about 10 o'clock. And sometimes early in the morning, we get tier 1 upgrades, tier 2 upgrades. Tier 1, like Goldman Sachs gives upgrades or whatever to a stock. We see the stock open above VWAP. VWAP starts to tilt up and to the right. And we see high relative volume, 2, 3, 4, 5 times normal. That tends to turn into a pocket pivot by the end of the day, but we want to trade it intraday. We want to trade it in while the stock is in play as institutions are picking up shares. So we wait until about 10 o'clock to see what relative volume looks like and where price is relative to VWAP. So that's an important concept. If you're a day trader especially, you want to be in stocks that have a sloping VWAP, not a flat VWAP. What is Walmart doing this morning? Discount retailers, like to see them pushing higher. Walmart's up 12 cents. No biggie. I did my part, went to Costco this weekend, did a little shopping. Costco's up, trading 480. Amazon split 20 for 1. All right, most stocks are higher with the indices. Tesla's up 30. Tesla was off like 60, right? On Friday. Tesla down to 700. It's currently trading 732. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. Less than a minute to go. There's your opening bell. Okay. VIX looking for a fade. All right, lots of calls on Apple already. Lots of calls on Apple. Lots of calls trading already this morning. Apple.
High ticker plus 800.
Apple. All right, Amazon. Lots of calls, Amazon.
Seeing here coming through from the White House. The White House confirms Biden is to invoke the Defense Production Act to push U.S. solar panel production and the U.S. to allow a 2-year exemption on solar panel imports from Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam.
All right, there goes Roblox. Roblox on the move. Roblox.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay. SPY. All right, looks like a little fade here. Don't be surprised if we get a little fade. 4150 S&P 500, 415 SPY. All right, give the markets a few minutes to settle down before you start executing a lot of orders. Talking to myself, I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what I'm doing. Okay. Silver gapping up this morning. Microsoft. All right, a little fade at the moment. Microsoft. All right, FANG stocks following through. Okay, UVIX. I want to take some profits here.
High took alert plus 800.
Okay, my cost basis is down below 14 now on UVIX. FRM. Chewy. Okay, Amazon. Lots of calls on Amazon. The 122.50s. Amazon for, looks like this week. Amazon. 122.50s, very active today so far. Facebook, nice follow through on Facebook this morning. All right, Lucid is higher. Lucid. Generac fading a little bit from the highs. Okay, SPY looks like it wants to keep going. VIX looks like it's going to keep dropping off. Generac flagging on the gap. Google, big gap up on Google. Amazon starting to pick up here. Okay, so the FANG stock's trying to hang in there. NVIDIA fading a little bit. Watch AMD. They'll go together. S&P 500. Morning, everyone. Morning, Rob. Daniel, good morning. All right, so far, the dominating flow is in Amazon. Calls. 120 calls for 2 weeks from now. The monthly is on Amazon. Okay, we're starting to fade a little bit. Give it a few minutes. Algos are taking care of imbalances. You don't want to get stuck in the middle of this. Give it a few minutes. All right, PBR, I'm watching that one. PBR, Petrobras. Pfizer's off a little bit. Roblox looking for a follow through. All right, markets are fading right out of the gate. They're starting to fade. The gap. Okay, so we got Apple in favor, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Taiwan Semiconductor, Nvidia is up 1% and change, 1.5%. The energy space, let's see what that looks like. ExxonMobil doing the best today. Exxon, let's take a look at some of these. Okay, Dow Jones. All right, IBM, I'm looking for an entry on IBM. I won't buy it at the high. I'll look for a dip. Apple, Goldman Sachs, watching the banks. JP Morgan, they seem to be in play. Goldman Sachs. Okay, JP Morgan, IBM, Travelers Insurance, looking at a higher low on Travelers. Right, SPY. In phase, gapping up. In phase. In phase from the watch list, gap and go. Generac looks good. NE Energy, energy names. Okay, DQ. A lot of the manufacturers of solar panels most likely get lit this week. JKS. Canadian Solar. First Solar. Okay, that's off. All right, so these are going to give better entries. SEDG. And Enphase, of course, gap and go. Okay, Energy, XLE. We're watching XLE. All right, let's wait and see what's going to be the strongest sector. All sectors are green except retail and small cap bio, XBI. Crude oil's off 0.5%. All right, semiconductors are the strongest sector. Semis, strongest sector. All right, it'll be our main focus today. Semiconductors is the strongest sector. That'll be our main focus today. Looking for strength in semiconductors. Okay, this is looking good. Trying to break that downtrend. Semiconductors. Okay, still not above the 10 EMA. That's okay. Let's look at individual names like AMD above the 10 EMA for a third week. AMD. All right, just grinding along. 921's crossed up through the 50. It won't be long before the 50 starts to turn. I suspect that we could test the 200-day at around 117 and get rejected at the first attempt. So if you're trading AMD, that's what I'd be looking for. All right, there goes the SPY. All right, so a little shakeout during the opening range. Algo's taking care of imbalances. Watch for SPY. Do we have a flat VWAP day? Do we have a doji? Or do we have a sloping VWAP up or down? So that's what we need to watch for after 10 o'clock. Technology, XLK. Remember technology, I know this year is a bit different. We already had the worst April we've had since 2016. Anyway, April was a bad month. It was supposed to be up 4%. We were down, what, 2 or 3%, something like that.
High took alert plus 800.
But that said, July is seasonally one of the strongest months of the year for semiconductors and technology. Okay, so just keep that in mind as you're trading. If you're in semiconductors, July is by far the seasonally strongest month of the year, next to November, July. Okay, I forget the reason. There's a real good reason why technology does well in July. I just don't remember what it was. XLK, strongest month of the year. So keep the faith. Hopefully this year won't be a disappointment. Okay, so it's usually about 3.8% from the open on July to the end of July. Okay. All right, SPY, keeping an eye on SPY. Still chopping around here. Could be a doji day. All right, so be aware of it. Don't chase. Give it a few minutes for a trend to develop. It'll give you a better edge. There's no hurry in this game. Patience rewards those who are. All right, all sectors are green now. All right, so retail was red for a minute there. So was small cap bio XBI. Now it's all of them are green except for crude oil. Crude oil is the only one that's off. All right, BOTZ. If you don't want to fork out a lot of money for NVIDIA, you can trade BOTZ, the number one weighted position in the robotics and artificial intelligence ETF is NVIDIA. Okay, it tends to move kind of slow. That's the only problem. So if money's an issue, maybe you trade options instead on NVIDIA. Okay, all right, we're just sitting here right now. All right, let's see who's doing what. All right, so stocks are mixed. A little profit taking first 15 minutes, not surprised. That's what I do all the time. Learned a long time ago, take profits first 15 minutes, then reassess the markets after 10 o'clock. If there's a trend, focus on the sectors that are the strongest. Amazon split 20 for 1. My kids now have 20 shares each. Hopefully it goes to 1,000, 2,000. That'd be one stock that funds their covered L college accounts. That would be awesome.
Hearing from US Trade Representative Ty says I hope to have a formalized convening of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework countries by this summer.
Okay, XBI Biotech, small cap bio is starting to fade again. Semiconductors saying the strongest, followed by discretionary and financials. Remember, discretionary, we pointed this out in the weekend video, that discretionary is starting to show favor, which you want to see in a bullish environment. You want to see discretionary climbing. This black line, you want to see that making higher highs and higher lows, outperforming. This is consumer discretionary, the equal weight against consumer staples, equal weight. So as this outperforms, as consumer discretionary outperforms, we see this move higher. SPY is still chopping around here. The S&P 500, 4150 is a major level. That's a major pivot level. Okay, the vol trigger is at 4110. Zero gamma is 4183. So if we manage to get above 4183, Ali, you might have your retest of the 50-day in play. Okay, so I'm hoping that we break above 4177. 4200 is a formidable area. There's a lot of option volume there. Probably runs into resistance. Maybe we overshoot it and get rejected. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think anybody does. If you do, please send me a duplicate of your magic 8-ball or your crystal ball. All right, so we're just watching the sector starting to fade a little bit, a little more profit taking. Excitement starting to fade. Roadblocks. All right, watching for that to bounce. Microsoft. I'd like to see Microsoft take off. That would be kind of cool. Microsoft. I'd like to see a test of the 50-day Microsoft. Silver and gold. Both of those have been basing lately. Silver and gold. All right, they're basing still at the 200-day. No safety trade here. No safety trade. The US dollar is a place where anyone looking for safety was probably looking at the US dollar, TNX, the 10-year. So the dollar is just consolidating above the 50-day. The 10-year is consolidating in this range. No major plays just yet. You know, I don't trade during the opening range. Okay, Starbucks is holding up fairly well. Starbucks, you don't get a discount to adjusted operating earnings very often. Okay, I talked about this on Starbucks several times over the last few weeks. Let's see, against EBITDA. All right, we're trading a discount to EBITDA. All right, here's Starbucks trading at a discount to EBITDA. That's price. The black line's price. There's earnings. They're looking for $88 by September 30th. Okay, Starbucks year end is in September, the end of September. Okay. So we're trading 13 times versus a normal 16.5 times. You're trading at a discount. Stocks tend to follow earnings. Sometimes they're at a premium when people overvalue them. Sometimes they're a discount. You don't get too many opportunities like back here in 2008 or some of these dips like 2018, like the one we have right now. So looking for Starbucks to continue to perform to show that institutions are picking up shares. I don't want to just buy it just because. I want to see price action telling me that it's a good idea. Well, Starbucks is starting to break trend. So for you swing traders, maybe you start to think about some Starbucks. I have shares of Starbucks. I also have the January 87.50 calls. They were cheap. Those are trading at $4.80 right now. Rather than putting money to work in shares where I have more risk exposure, I know exactly what I can lose on Starbucks. Where's my Starbucks? There's Starbucks. You can see money flow is green. Money flow, MACD is above its signal line. Relative to the S&P 500, it's outperforming. The upper line, that's the Starbucks versus the S&P 500. It's outperforming when it's rising. We've got the 9/21 day crossing up through the 50-day. Soon, the 5 EMA just crossed up. Starbucks, let me just mark this up. All right, the markets are just sitting here. Not a lot of blocks, folks. So once institutions start to show their hand, then we can take positions with a better sense of confirmation. All right, so that looks good. All right, so we're breaking a downtrend, okay? So we're breaking this downtrend. Okay, RSI is above 50. That's good. Starbucks has been in a downtrend for quite a while. You can see RSI has been below 50. Pay attention to your RSI. A lot of times that'll tell you when to position. We've got a 4-month downtrend, 5-month downtrend that just broke last week. Starbucks looks good. So again, I have Starbucks January leaps. the 87.50 call, and I have shares from last week. All right, looking for a follow through. Okay, Alibaba, seeing a lot of action here on Alibaba. Okay, Alibaba. Let's take a look at the Chinese stocks. Chinese stocks were active last week. The FXI and Chinese ETFs and indices were all higher last week. Okay, let's see who's outperforming. CWeb, fairly inexpensive at $68. We've got IQ, looking for a follow through. That's trying to break higher, IQ. TAL, education, EDU, education. Both of these look good. Okay, these are breaking trend. Okay, Alibaba has been seeing a lot of action.
The US Trade Representative Tai says we don't have tariff cuts on the table at this time as part of the IPEF negotiations.
Alibaba. Okay, that's above 100. Okay, Starbucks is starting to move higher now. I'm going to post something on StockTwits on Alibaba. All right, so if you're trading it. Okay, looking for the S&P to move higher. Looking for confirmation. All right, so it's almost 10 o'clock. We'll have an idea which direction we're going to trade today, whether it's a doji or a trend day. Okay, S&P 500. We're still in this consolidation or resistance zone, okay? Don't be premature. If we get above Thursday's high, then we got a shot at the 50-day. That's a 50% retracement as well from the recent lows back in May
There is not a lot of US
up to that March 29th high. That's a 50% retracement right there at the 50-day. Probably going to be resistance.
Due to low US tariff rates, there is not a lot for the US to give in terms of tariff cuts.
All right. Starbucks trying to take out the pre-market highs here. Bank of America breaking higher. Bank of America high of the day. Bank of America new high of the day. Watch Bank of America. Okay, this looks like it's going to spring off of this level, trying to break a downtrend. Don't forget the AAII bull bear ratio has turned higher from an extreme level like we saw back in the 1990s, in 2009, and also 2018, 2020. All right. Starbucks. Okay, Bank of America looks good.
USTR Thai says I'm committed to deepening US trade relationships with Taiwan. So just to repeat that again, USTR Thai says we're committed to deepening US trade relationships with Taiwan.
All right, so SPY still sitting here, folks. We're just sitting here. Wait for the trend to develop. We got a flat VWAP right now, so you have no momentum. All right, Bank of America looks good. SPY just sitting here. All right, so we're just going to watch SPY for a few minutes.
The senior Tory PM, Graham Brady for the UK, says that Tories are to announce the results of Johnson's confidence votes at 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
All right, SPY's starting to show a little bit of moxie now. We got Microsoft on a 5-minute buy signal. Microsoft.
US Trade Representative Ty says it is important to bring a thoughtful, strategic, deliberate approach to managing US-China trade relationships.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, Petrobras, I bought some 14 calls. They are 53 Delta. Their monthlies expired June 17th. I've got filled at 55 cents. It's pure speculative at this point. All right, there goes SPY. All right, so we're going to start trending away from SPY, from VWAP. That's a good sign. Start watching your other positions, entries that you're thinking about. I was looking at IBM from the watch list. IBM, looking for a follow through in IBM. Okay, so we're already started to move away from VWAP. Looking for a little dip now on IBM. All right, IBM looks like it wants to keep going. You saw that little starting to push here, IBM. Was most active last week. IBM. All right. Looks good so far. I'd like to see more volume. There's a lack of block volume at the moment. So this little spike here up to R2, keeping an eye on it. I'm fingers crossed, looking for a follow through. Silver trying to bounce. Roblox, keep an eye on Roblox. Starbucks continuation, Starbucks. Generac is up 15 and change. Generac. All right, Generac. Continuation looks good. Generac. IBM, looking for a follow through. All right, SPY. Let's see what the Qs look like. Qs, I'd like to see the FANG stocks continue. Remember, July is seasonally one of the strongest months of the year for tech and semiconductors, software. All right, seeing a little profit taking at the moment. Qs. Amazon. Tesla. Tesla's up 17. Tesla was off 60. I believe it was about 60 bucks on Friday. GameStop, looking for a follow through on GameStop.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, SPY continuation. We're pulling away. Qs are pulling away from VWAP. Watch for VWAP to start to tilt higher. All right, VWAP is starting to tilt higher. Nice job there, Cayman. Nice job. All right, remember Mondays I generally want to feel the market out and see what kind of temperament, what kind of sentiment we're talking about for the week. Right now we're looking at Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, Taiwan Semi, Nvidia, Google, Facebook. Even Disney's got a little bit of action here. Biggest gainers today so far: Enphase, Alibaba, JD.com, NIO from last week. All right, NIO following through. All right, those are the biggest gainers so far. NIO's up $1.25. Let me take a look at NIO. Didn't I mark up NIO? I think I did. MN NIO. NIO. No, I didn't. Okay. That's right. Let's look at Nike anyway. Nike. All right, trying to break trend. NIO. Oh, you know what? I'll probably have it in the Chinese stocks. NIO. No? That's weird. The company sells electric vehicle parts, as well as provides battery charging services in China. I think they sell product here in the U.S. too. They still don't make a profit. All right, they look like they'll by 2024. It looks like they'll start to flip to a profit. Remember, Tesla didn't flip to a profit until what, 2015? Tesla flipped to a profit in 2019. Sorry, 2019. Tesla flipped to a profit. Wow. That's only 4 years ago. Geez. Just seems like it's been forever. Tesla been making money. Okay. All right. Watching SPY. SPY is consolidating. I'm not really interested in taking on a whole lot of new positions. NIO looks good though. NIO. All right. We got a lot of option volume on the January 20 calls. There's 22,000 in open interest sitting there. Let's see what they have for July. July 3,000 at the 20 strike. June monthlies, 2 weeks. All right, we got about 20,000 in open interest at the 20 strike. That is a 44 delta. All right, let's see if we can get some kind of follow through. Okay, PDD, Pinduoduo, also on the most actives list. Pinduoduo. Okay, Pinduoduo. Recall, Pinduoduo is a Chinese provider of third-party mobile e-commerce platforms for buyers with merchandise and shopping experiences. Alibaba. Okay, Alibaba putting on some more gains here. Looks like an expansion day on Alibaba. Alibaba expansion day. Baidu as well. Let's take a look at Baidu, B-I-D-U. Baidu gapping above the 200-day, probably consolidates in this area. I probably would just trade trade options, limit your risk. You know exactly what you can lose. These Chinese stocks do have headline risk. At any moment, we could get some sort of regulatory news or whatever out of China. That's the one thing I don't like about trading Chinese stocks. You don't know from day to day. It's hard to swing these things. So I'd rather trade options when you get a nice little dip.
Saying that rebel ringleaders are telling UK MPs that they have north of 150 votes against the PM ahead of tonight. That's just 30 shy of the 180 needed to oust him from office, with just 3 hours to go.
Were they trying to oust Boris Johnson or something?
It's coming from a Whitehall correspondent, Telegraph reporter via Twitter. Again, just saying rebel ringleaders are telling MPs that they have north of 150 votes against UK's PM Johnson ahead of tonight. And that is just 30 votes shy of the 180 needed to oust him with just 3 hours to go.
Or McDonald's, looking for McDonald's, which has been sitting here for 3 days. McDonald's not going anywhere. Looking for a follow through. McDonald's. Looking for it to push out of this range and attack 258, 259. McDonald's. Nothing yet. Generac is up 1465, fading a little bit from the high of the day. Generac, GNRC. Okay, nice follow through. Amazon accelerating. Amazon's accelerating now. All right, so those. Okay, Amazon, looking for that to dip first. Be a nice entry on dips. I don't plan on selling Amazon shares. My kids' accounts, they have accounts. They have shares in Amazon, pre-split. So they now have 20 shares each. They're all excited about that. I explained to them why. Also have Google shares for them. So between the two, would love to see it get back into the 2,000 range. Fund their college educations. VIX is starting to bounce a little bit. VIX. Okay, I'm not feeling any kind of big follow through yet. Blocked trades are very minimal. So it's telling us to take it easy. Yeah, that was going to be good. Tick cumulative is green. Tick cumulative is green. Looking for a follow through. 60-minute is green. Remember, tick cumulative turned green 2 weeks ago for the first time since January. From the January peak, tick cumulative rolled over. That told us that institutions were selling on bounces. They were taking profits into strength. We talked about that ad infinitum. And now they're starting to do the opposite, okay? As of 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, tick cumulative turned green on the daily time frame. I very seldom watch the daily time frame. I usually, the most I'll go out is 4 hour. The 4 hour is green as well. Currently it's red, but turning back up again, making a higher low on, making me a liar. The 4 hours turned back up, making a higher low, which is good. Good for the trend. Okay, we want to get as many indicators behind us as possible. 16 coming into this week, we're neutral. 16, we're neutral. Neutral to bullish. Silver continues to fade. Silver. All right, so we don't have a whole lot of block volume. So right now it's telling you that SPY could fail. Doesn't seem to be a lot of interest. Heavy buying anyway.
Via a political editor of the Sun newspaper for the UK. YouGov Snap poll.
All right, so a higher low would be welcome.
Say that their MPs should not remove UK's PM Johnson as the Prime Minister and party leader. The 42% do get rid of him if Johnson were to lose vote. Most popular replacements are Wallace, Truss, and Hunt.
The Brits are at it. Got to get rid of Boris Johnson with that crazy hair. I don't know anything about the guy, so I have no opinion. Not that it matters. All right, NIO looking for a follow through. Watch NIO here. NIO acting strong. NIO, relative strength. Okay, so Amazon, tons of calls on Amazon. Tons of calls on Amazon. All right, just bought my son more shares of Amazon. Buy the daughter some too. Let's see. Amazon. Buy her some shares as well. Amazon.
Looking for the fear and greed indexes now. Fear and greed index at 32 out of 100, which indicates a fear. While the crypto fear and greed index is at 13 out of 100, indicating extreme fear.
Okay, SPY is just sitting here trying to put in a higher low. We need to see VWAP tilt up and to the right. That would give us a confirmation. Okay. FANG stocks. Apple up $2.71. Amazon's up 5. Should see a follow through. Looking for a little dip here. Starbucks is up 2%. Starbucks on the day. Nvidia is up $4.85. Looking bullish. Got Microsoft up 1%, $2.82. And Facebook is up $3.28, 1.77%. Looking for Facebook to follow through. All right, SPY still fading, no higher low. Watch VWAP. Any loss of VWAP here, it'd probably take some puts. VIX is starting to push a bit higher. We're up over 50 handles on the S&P futures. Okay, we got positive deltas on the day for futures. We're just sitting right on top of support, demand, right around 41.55. We got about 40,000, 50,000 contracts right here. That's a pretty decent size. 41.55. We're starting to push higher. More aggressive buyers coming in. All right, so a higher low printing right here. Maybe some SPY calls for Wednesday or Friday. Let's see. All right, so most stocks are showing decent action all of a sudden. SPY. Let's see. Tesla, IBM with lots of calls trading on IBM. IBM. Okay, Apple, some puts coming across the 145s on Apple. Square, seeing a lot of flow on Square all of a sudden. Square for 6/16, June 16th. All right, AMD, lots of calls on AMD coming across now. The 110 strike for this Friday. AMD, 110 calls for this Friday. Looking for more size. All right, SPY looking for a higher high. VWAP is starting to tilt upward versus Friday. You can see flat VWAP towards the end of the day on Friday. Just chopping around. We're looking for VWAP to rise for longs and VWAP to drop for shorts. IBM pulling back the VWAP. NIO starting to trend. NIO is trending here. Lucid on the move. Lucid looking really good here. Lucid. Microsoft. Need you to spring off of this level, Microsoft. Roblox picking up again. Roblox. You're crazy, man. All right, I'm just waiting for SPY to take off, if you're wondering. I'm just sitting here waiting for SPY to take off. And the Qs, IWM, looking for them to start trending. Otherwise, we could see lots of dojis today. SoFi looking pretty interesting here. SoFi. Looking for it to pop above 8 in the next couple of weeks. Maybe break this trend and follow through. SoFi. Walmart trying to go green on the day. Walmart looking for red to green on Walmart. Consolidating under the 9 EMA. SPY starting to go here. Okay, Target starting to show some signs of a heartbeat target. Costco had a nice week. Costco popped up on Thursday.
Trade representative Tyler says that mitigating inflation is a more complicated issue than simply considering tariffs.
Roblox, watch Roblox here. Roblox active, SoFi active. SoFi is starting to go. Solars look good. All right, looking for the breakout here on SPY, looking for the breakout, looking for Qs to break out. That would give us a thumbs up on growth stocks. We're starting to push in that direction. VWAP is starting to tilt up, prices starting to move away. I imagine most people are bearish at the moment. You got Occidental Petroleum looking good. Oxy from the watch list. The extended watch list. All right, so looking for a follow through. Most of the energy stocks look good. All right, Matson. Matson looks good. MATX, along with Eagle Bulk, Diana Shipping, Scorpio Tankers, Zim Integrated. Looking for those to follow through. Zim is taking a breather today. Matson is clearing the 50-day. No breakout on the indices yet. Matson. Okay. So watching the Qs here. Yeah, the markets aren't following through just yet. No follow through yet on the SPY or the Qs. VIX is still pushing a bit higher. Lucid just hit the 20 level and got rejected. Lucid. All right, trying to clear the 50-day. Once Lucid gets above the 50-day, then we could get through this 21, 22 zone. Then we could see the 200-day again, 28, 29. Lucid looks good on a swing basis. All right, so futures got about a 10 handle range from support up to resistance. We hit 41.65 and got rejected. Right now we're heading a little bit lower. Deltas are still green, so just waiting for this sideways range to play out on SPY and the Qs. Okay, we got a little spinning top. Qs. Spinning top as well. Spinning top, doji. Need to see a breakout. Need to see a break above these pivots. And for tick cumulative, 4 hours trying to go green here. Tick cumulative on the 4 hour, trying to go green. Sorry about that. All right, swiped into. All right, swiped into the wrong screen there. Okay. So looking for Qs to take out the highs here. 312.50 would do it. Probably got some stops overhead, looking for a follow through. I'd then look for some of these FANG stocks if you're thinking about trading any of them. Amazon still going. Now that it's post split, Amazon, a lot of people will be looking at Google with less apprehension. Google is up $85. All right, Q's got to break out here. Stop teasing us. Son of a sailor. Facebook following through. SPY. Q's trying to break out here. Amazon. Still no follow through. Still no breakout. So it looks like we're going to stay in a doji. So if you're looking for momentum, SPY, it's not giving it to you yet. If you look at futures, you can see a big range. We just tapped the high again, 41.65. We're coming back down to the lower range. Deltas are still positive, so that's a good sign. All right, Lucid pulling back a little bit here. Lucid. All right. IBM sitting on top of VWAP. NIO just consolidating. Lucid, Microsoft, Roblox. Bank of America fading a bit. Starbucks fading from the highs. Everything's fading from the highs right now. Farfetch, follow through. Farfetch last week, we were looking at Farfetch for Tony. And looking like this is going to break out. A little, you can see a little ascending triangle, a little triangle pattern right here. Higher lows, lower highs, looking for a break above 1010. Maybe we see 1110, 1120. Volume last week. Volume last week. We started off on a Friday, then Monday. Was it Monday? No, we had a short week last week. So that was Thursday, Friday, right there. Farfetch continuation. Generac is up 14 and change. Generac tends to do well, Generac, during this time of the year. Amazon looks like it's just going to keep going. Amazon looks like it's just going to keep going here. Love to see it over 2,000 again. All right, so the stocks from the refiners, PBF, all right, Doji, Valero, all right, just trending along. ExxonMobil, exploration, production, Exxon. All right, so while we're waiting for the markets to give us a direction, let's see, NASDAQ. FUTU is active today, fading from the highs. All right, BZ. Never heard of this one. BZ. What do they do? BZ. Got to be a Chinese stock. Chinese-based provider of mobile app to connect job seekers and enterprises efficiently. All right, that's an IPO. It started off in 2021. June of 2021, this one went IPO. Let me save this in the Chinese stocks. Chinese stocks. There you are. Okay. So that's BZ. FUTU, also moving higher. FUTU. That's also a Chinese-based company, holding company, online brokerage platform, FUTU. Okay. So I'm just waiting for a trend. I know it's been taking a little longer than usual. We're an hour and 15 minutes into the day. FUTU looks good. Why don't I have this in here? That's weird. All right, that looks good. Nice move. You could trade FXI too. FXI. Gapping up. Pete Nigerian occasionally mentions FXI. Let's see if there's any option volume on FXI. Looks like Amazon's at the highs for the day. FXI. I'll be looking to buy dips on Amazon over the next few months. FXI, a lot of options on the 33 strike for this month. They're going for 80 cents. It doesn't move a whole lot. Okay, looking for that breakout. Looking for the breakout. All right, you guys are making too much noise over there. I wish all my neighbors could get their lawn guys to come one day instead of every single day. That's the next door neighbor. All right, looking for a breakout here in the Qs. Looking for a breakout. All right, VIX is dropping off again. All right, I'd like to sell some more covered calls on this one. IV has dropped quite a bit. 17. All right, looking for a breakout. Looking for a breakout. The Qs looking for a breakout here. SPY's trying to break out. Qs. IBM, you got a B pivot. IBM, you got a B pivot now. I have a limit order. I had a limit order in on IBM on that dip. Got filled. IBM, looking for that dip to continue, to follow through now. All right, so we got this dip. Got A, B. I'm going to keep it to this for now. All right, here we go. Qs are starting to go. All right, let's go. LETSGO. Let's break out. All right, well, you can see VWAP, Qs. Okay, so far looks pretty good. All right. Futu, more option volume on Futu, the 42 calls. Futu for this Friday. 42 calls on Futu. Prudential Insurance, seeing sweeps on Prudential. Apple, more calls. What? 70? 70 strike on Apple? That's weird. That's deep in the money. Okay, all the FANG stocks are holding up fairly well at the moment. All right, so fake out there, didn't follow through. Fake out. No follow through yet. Tick cumulative on the 4-hour is crossing up. Tick cumulative, that's showing that institutions are in fact buying. So does the 60-minute. 60-minute is green on the day. It is a lower low. We did make a lower low compared to Wednesday of last week. Okay, so Wednesday of last week, we had a low. We had a higher high on Thursday, and we drift a bit lower on Friday. Today, we're making a turn on the 60-minute that shows institutions are, in fact, buying more than they're selling. And I suspect that we could see a follow-through. Let's see, sectors, tech, semiconductors, still very strong. Semiconductor is one of the strongest sectors. SOXL is the strongest sector, followed by consumer discretionary and SMH, the other sector. Semiconductor sector. Technology, that's number 4. Small cap energy and financials round out that list. Most sectors are green on the day, so this is pretty good so far. Metals and mining were strong last week. Metals and mining up 0.4%. Materials up 1%, 1.1%. Financials up 1.5%. Financials. Energy is flat. Energy is flat. Small cap energy. Small cap energy continues to push higher. What's Oak doing? Okay, that's trying to grind higher. Oak. This is a liquid natural gas play. Oak. I think Oak's an Indian name, isn't it? Sounds like it. Just feels like a doji day. It is a doji day so far until it starts trending. The market's got to start trending. We had a spinning top, doji day, narrow range. Little narrow range here. All right, so deltas are still bullish on the day. That's telling you there's more aggressive buyers than there are aggressive sellers. Deltas are rising. We're right in the middle of a range, 41.59 up to 41.66, about a 7-point range right now, just chopping around. You can see it on SPY as well. Doji could very easily come back down and test the 21-day, but you get the 90 meg crossing up through the 21-day. Let's see what breadth looks like real quick. Don't want to guess, just want to look at breadth and see how it's doing. Number of new highs versus new lows. We spent the entire week above the 0 line here. That's a good sign. Okay, so we're seeing more new highs than new lows. This is an entire week of price action above the 0 line, 36 more new highs on the New York Stock Exchange, 36 more new highs, 2,700 stocks. This is compared to Friday's new highs, not 52-week highs. You got the black lines driving higher. That's telling you look for strength. Let's go take a look at the S&P Equal Weight Index. We looked at it over the weekend in the weekend video. All right, growth versus value. Okay, you can see both of these are doing well today. So that's a good sign. More potential for a follow through. Most sectors are green. S&P Equal Weight Index. Okay, so 3 weeks ago we saw these dojis or hammers, and we had 86% of stocks were below their 50-day moving average. That's an extreme level that tends to get bought. It did. So we had a buy signal. Both of these indicators turned higher. All right, so we're just chopping around now as of Friday's close, looking for a follow through. Our CCI starting to embed. We drew in this center line 3 weeks ago. That was the maximum I thought we could see. 4,200 on the S&P 500. If you check the S&P, that's a major level, and you get the 50-day overhead. So we'll see how this works. If we do break through this resistance that we saw last week, that would be a good indication. We're also looking for other indications of confirmation of breadth improving. Okay. So there's that center line on the S&P. You got this volume by price resistance level. We got to get through that. Once we do, then the 50-day is a possibility.
It says that UK's PM Johnson has the 180 votes, so the message to Conservative MPs is that to vote against him now would only weaken their own leader. So there is the government argument to its own supporters.
Okay, so this is resistance right in this zone. You got a 50% retracement in this area as well. From the recent low 3 weeks ago to the March 29th high, 50% is just overhead right near the 50-day. All right, depending on how we react at that level, we'll know what to do. Okay. Okay, so we got resistance right there we need to get through. The reason there's resistance there is because of these pivot lows that we lost. Okay. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. RSI is above 50. Squiggly right here, consolidating, winding up. Do we have a release of energy to the upside? That would be awesome. Most of my positions, 45% exposure to equities in my retirement account. I still haven't changed that. Still feel like there's a possibility that we could see a downside move. I'm going with the open with the idea that we could see follow through and test the 50-day first. I'll be selling into strength, shorter term plays, shorter term swings. Most of my trades are options at the moment, except for Amazon and Google. I got shares of Tesla as well. All right, I'm starting to move higher here. So looking pretty good so far. Okay, so 4,200 is resistance overhead. Major level, intraday level is at that 4150, 4160 zone. So we're above that now, 4160. SPY 415, we're above that level. 4160, resistance 4200. All right, so if we get up to 4200, that would be awesome. Okay, don't think we're going to worry about that for now. 4100. All right, so we're still in a tight range, still in a doji pattern, spinning top. Until we see block trades come across in numerous fashion, all we have going right now is market internals. Market internals are looking pretty bullish. They're 4-to-1 up volume on the NYSE, 2.5 to 1 on the NASDAQ, 2.5 to 1. So you saw that growth and value both are working. Most sectors are green. It is Monday, so I do take it a little easier on a Monday and on Fridays. Look for directional sentiment on Mondays. AAII bull bear ratio. This is a big plus for the bulls, okay? A lot of people don't pay attention to this. I do. Not that that matters, but 1990 with that bounce and the number of bulls and bears, that started one of the most, the longest secular bull market next to the 2009 to 2022 secular bull. We have cyclical bull markets within the secular bull markets and secular bears as well, cyclical bears as well, like 2020. So this is looking pretty good. Just another thing in the back of my mind. Benefit of the doubt goes to the bulls. In the intermediate term, short term, we could still chop around here. So just watching. So that should continue to improve for the intermediate term and long term. The AAII bull bear ratio is turned. We've got NIMO and NAMO turned a few weeks ago. Breadth indicators are starting to bounce. You remember these were all pointing down in the weekend video. They're all pointing higher now. That's good. Secular, breadth thrusts looking good. NAMO, you've got this trough that continues to follow through. We did fade off of the highs from Friday 2 weeks ago. All right, so a trough here as well. Okay. So NIMO, what are you doing right now, NIMO? What are you doing for me? NIMO. NIMO is plus 64. Okay, so we were down over 20%. And the buying activity really intensified 2 weeks ago. On Friday, we hit that 105.91 on NIMO. Haven't seen that kind of level in a while. We did fade. My suspicion is that institutions felt that 20% drawdown was a good area to buy with 86% of stocks below their 50-day moving average. That's an extreme level that you can't pass up. Institutions, they couldn't pass that up. So we just need to see them continue to buy. Tick Cumulative is saying they are. All right, so what else is working? Amazon still seeing a lot of calls. Some puts in intermittent puts in there too, but mostly Amazon calls trading. 130 strikes, 128 strikes. Amazon. IBM from the watch list. B and C pivots looks like. IBM looks like B and C pivots. Maybe we get more than one ABCD pattern today. All right, so you got A, you got B, you got a higher low, C, and D. All right, you got A, B, C, looking for D. I'm going to follow through in IBM. Grover had this on his watch list as well. We were both conferring over the weekend. The reason I liked IBM is if you look at the weekly time frame, last week was a big week for IBM, and the week before even bigger. IBM's got this big range. Remember what Walmart did when it got above 147? Remember that 147 level? We ran up, 10 points on Walmart once it broke above these pivots. IBM weekly. IBM. Still haven't broken out of this range. All right, deltas. Deltas are still green, but fading. Fading. IBM. Okay, so remember Walmart? Walmart on the weekly time frame. We had this 147 level. Okay. Got through the 147. We ran up to 160. We dropped back down on earnings. Now we're looking for Walmart to get back into this range. I'd say 137, 140 is doable. No follow through yet. Costco is up 86 cents. Dollar Tree had a couple of spikes on Friday. All right, markets, for the most part, stocks are fading, profit taking. All right, looks like we're going to fade this level here. Looks like institutions took off what they wanted to take off. SPY puts, not a bad idea here. Let's see if we follow through on the downside or not. All right, we're sitting at VWAP, so let's see what SPY does here. Do they fake everybody out? Get everybody to buy puts? We're on VWAP. We're losing VWAP now. SPY puts, not a bad idea. All right, so SPY puts, what I'm looking for now is just a bounce back up to VWAP, a rejection, and a follow through to the downside for an entry. I don't want to buy right here at the low. Look for a bear flag here. If a bear flag breaks down, or if this just starts dropping off, I'm looking for a retest of VWAP. The most I would see is maybe 413, target 413. I don't think things got all of a sudden bearish. I just think that we could see the bottom of this range. VWAP is still fairly flat. So we could see that gap at 413, 413.79. Q is pulling back as well.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, VIX spiking up to the highs here. I'll sell covered calls again on UVIX. I'd love to get my cost basis down below 10. Selling covered calls. This is like the 5th time. This will be the 5th time selling covered calls. If we can get the spike towards 16 or whatever. Okay, Qs back down to the lower part of the range. That might be enough. All right, VIX still pushing. All right, so we got the bottom of this range now on SPY. So with this doji, we got the highs and the lows of the doji. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a trade inside of that for most of the day. Okay, let me just grab a SPY that I've already marked up once before. Okay, let me just mark this up. Okay, so we got
the 3-month bills total
got lows here. And we got the highs. Okay, so we're right in the middle here. Doji. So I'm looking for this range to move back up to the highs. Could test a little bit lower. Okay. The VIX is still pushing higher. Okay, most stocks are responding in kind, not following through at the moment. Fading.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, more downside. SPY more downside. All right, so we could be headed to fill the gap here as well.
Extreme low tick alert.
Headed for a gap fill, looks like. All right, SPY puts are working very well. Gap fill is down there at 410.50. All right, watching right at the 200 period EMA. We're right here. Let's go ahead and just fill the gap already and then bounce. All right, some aggressive buyers coming in here. Aggressive buyers here. Shorts covering on futures. VIX at the highs. VIX looks like it wants to push higher. SPY is sitting here at the 200 EMA. All right, let's take a real
Low
quick.
tick alert minus 800.
Let's take a real quick look at 60-minute. All right, remember we got to stay above the 60-minute. It's at 412. Looks like 412. 412.42. All right, so 412 would be the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. The 20 EMA on the daily chart is down there at 407. 407. Okay. 410 looks doable. Looks like we're going to gap fill here.
Extreme low tick alert.
More downside in SPY for now.
Just a heads up for 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting the US 3-month bid auction. Previous bid to cover ratio 2 to 98, a previous high yield 1.120%. We are also expecting the US 6-month bid auction. Previous bid to cover ratio 2 to 81, a previous high yield 1.580%.
A lot of buyers down here. 41.28 to 41.30 on the futures. VIX is still going. VIX is still motoring higher, so we should see more downside, I would think. All right. NIMO is still at plus 55. That was plus 67 a few minutes ago. VIX at the high of the day. Looks like it might reverse here. Be unfortunate if we don't fill the gap. We're sitting right here. Watching a bear flag here. If we do bear flag and start to roll over, I was hoping for a bounce back up to VWAP, but that didn't happen. We just sold off. Now we got a bear flag under the 200 period. Watch for this to fail. That'd be another area to think about puts if we can't make it. Looks like a gap fill sitting right there. All depends on VIX right now. SPY. Looks like we're going to drop. Tick cumulative, big reversal very quickly on the hourly chart. Big reversal. Not sure what's going on there. All right, so if this turns out to be more than just short covering, you're going to see a dozen candles or so. Start off with like 3 or 4, 6 or better. Net flow is about neutral. We got puts and calls turning. The overall market, watching that. Okay, VIX is starting to fade. Okay, market net flow is mostly bullish. So looking for these dips to get bought. Watch this bear flag right here. This might be a good area for puts if it drops off here. I don't generally like buying at the low of the day. I'd prefer a bounce back to VWAP that gets rejected. It looks like VIX wants to keep going. Watch the VIX. This bear flag on SPY could break down pretty easily. 410.50 is the gap fill. Come on, bear flag. Nope. So far, it looks just like shorts covering. All right, more buying coming in, more shorts covering.
Just another heads up for 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We are expecting the US 3-month bid auction. Previous bid to cover ratio 2 to 98. Previous high yield 1.120%. US 6-month bid auction. Previous bid to cover ratio 2 to 81. Previous high yield 1.580%.
It looks like we might get a nice little bounce out of this. VIX rolling over. All right, keep in mind what you're playing. If you're playing SPY for a bigger move, just keep in mind that we're in a doji. Looks more like a inverted hammer now, no? Nope, still a doji, spinning top. All right, looks like we might continue here. SPY. All right, looking for a nice little bounce now. Back into the range. Let's see what NYMO is still positive. All right, we got some supply overhead, about 60,000 contracts from 41.38 up to 41.41. Need to get through that level. SPY. Still looks like a bear flag. All depends on VIX at this point. Up. Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to roll over here. Keep an eye on SPY. All right, so supply, demand just evaporated here. Watching the futures. Pretty interesting watching book map. All right, aggressive buyers coming in, shorts covering, more shorts covering. 41.38 is where supply starts. There we go. Big pop here. Big pop here and aggressive buyers. Market is overall more bullish today. The overall options market, all positions, more bullish. SPY, net flow, about equal. SPY. All right, we got a crossover here. Calls are crossing over to the upside. Calls are crossing over. Flow is starting to show the bulls taking charge.
2 to 98, 2 to 98 compared to the previous of 2 to 98 with a 3-month bill bid to cover ratio. High yield at 1.230%, 1.230% compared to the previous of 1.120%. US 6-month bill bid to cover ratio 2 to 87, 2 to 87 compared to the previous of 2 to 81. 6-month bill high yield at 1.710%, 1.710% compared to the previous of 1.580%.
All right, watching closely here.
So just to recap, the US sells $50 billion worth of 3-month bills at the high rate of 1.230% and awards 99.38% bids at high. 3-month bill bid to cover ratio out at 2 to 98. The US also sells $47 billion worth of 6-month bills at the high rate of 1.710% and awards 60.65% of bids at high.
All right, it's 11:32.
Bid to cover ratio 2 to 87.
11:32 already. Okay, SPY, what are we going to do here? What are we going to do? VIX needs to drop off. All right, still feels like a bear flag. There's no follow through on the volume for the upside. Though VIX is starting to drift lower, trading 25.50. Okay, we're below the 50-day. Kind of a precarious position right now. We're at a doji and the SPY on the daily. We got VIX just below the 50-day. Could go either way. Could spike up to the highs. All right, so watch for any kind of spike. Looks like we're going to test the lows again. Bear flag. Looks like a range-bound condition on futures. Deltas are positive, moving sideways. Really not much of an edge here. Feels more bearish on the SPY. It's a tough one. Looks like we're going to drop off here. Just watching SPY right here and VIX. Futures are very, very choppy. Very tough to trade in this kind of chop. Starting to slide a little bit lower now. All right, maybe this bear flag does break down. SPY. Maybe this bear flag does break down. Gap fill would be 410.50. It seems very, it's right there. Why don't we just get it over with? Get this gap to fill. The overall market's mostly bullish. Options net flow. The options market flow has slowed down quite a bit. Everybody's trying to figure out what's next.
According to a Conservative Party source saying UK PM Johnson and Sunak will outline a plan for economic growth next week.
All right, looks like we're going to break down here, folks. Looks like we'll break down. They're testing this low. We could very well base right in this area too. So until we see the snap of the trend, whether it breaks down or breaks higher, right now we're just chopping around the 200 period on the 2-minute chart. Notice the 20 EMA is coming down to meet the 200 period. We have a flat VWAP, so it's very possible that we could go move right back up into the top of the range. So we're looking for that. We also have the possibility of filling this gap down at 410.50. So we're open to that idea as well. We just got to see direction. Which way do they want to take it? Which way do they want to take it? All right, looks like a little bit more short covering now. Okay, VIX is rolling over.
Conservative Party source says Johnson told lawmakers if he remains in office, he will cut taxes.
All right. We're going to get a direction here shortly, I would imagine. Just have to wait for them to give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Most of our indicators coming into this week were neutral. We did see a build and more new highs. Tick cumulative, very sharp reversal on the 60-minute. Looking for that to pop back up here. See if we can't rise back up into the middle of the range. Alibaba still seeing more sweeps coming through. Alibaba, the 100 strike for June 24th. More of those coming through. We've got about 350 contracts just traded on Alibaba. The 100 strike for the 24th of June. Still feels like a bear flag, so I'll give the benefit of the doubt to the bears for now. We need to see some really big buying. No more blocks really came through, not a whole lot of blocks. All right, so if we pop above this area, we'll get more shorts to cover. 20 EMA and the 200 EMA are very close together now. This is starting to lean a little bit more bullish. More shorts covering. All right, so we got around 41.39 up to 41.40. We've got a little supply overhead. We ran into this area before a few minutes ago. We're watching how this works here. It's a really tough call until we get a direction. Calls and puts are about the same. Overall net market flow is bullish. Netflix, lots of puts on Netflix and Walmart passing through right here. Let's see what Walmart looks like. Walmart. Maybe that's put selling. Premium. Or Dollar Tree, Target, all catching a bid. Dollar Tree and Target. Costco holding the low here. Tesla's up $8, giving back most of the gains from this morning. All right, looking a little bit more bullish now. A little bit more bullish.
Seeing from a BBC reporter, Scottish Tory leader Douglas Ross will vote against PM tonight.
All right, looks like we're going to retest VWAP at this point. All right, we're pushing through supply. Pushing through supply. Futures pushing through supply. All right, the futures push through supply. Let's see where the next level is. Next level supply is 41.45. All right, nice follow through now. Okay, they showed a bear flag. Now we're reversing and pushing higher. VWAP is going to be tested, looks like. Yeah, a little bit nuts. All right. Looking for that retest of VWAP. That's where we're headed. Watch for rejection of VWAP. If we get above VWAP, that would be awesome for the bulls. VIX dropping off pretty hard now. So it just looks like shorts were covering right there. They were looking for more downside, shorts covered. In order for this to be deemed new money or fresh buyers coming in, we need to see a follow through and a retest of VWAP. And then we need to get above VWAP. So that's still left out there as a possibility. VIX is holding. All right, I have to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. All right, looking for a higher low. If the bulls are going to take control, you need to see a higher low. No follow through. Still could be still could be looked at as a bear flag. Just need to see a higher low now. Oh. Looking for a higher low.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. It free.
All right, so calls are starting to outpace puts now. Calls are starting to outpace puts. Alibaba, we're still seeing more calls on Alibaba. Continue through here. All right, no higher high yet. No higher high yet on SPY. All right, while we're waiting for the SPY, looks like we're going to put in a higher high, maybe. Let's take a look at the watch list for the week. Most of these were set up. Most of these were set up. ATGE following through. IBM, Doji spinning top. Ginkgo shipping. A lot of the shipping stocks look good. Ingle, Matson, MATX. You can see that's doing very well. Matson, MATX. That looks really good on the daily as well. MATX coming out of this base. Looks like it could see 124 again. MATX. Starbucks, a little fade from the highs, looking for a follow through. Zim Integrated, Waste Management, looking for that to push higher. Viper Energy, Doji, Synopsys, Baker Hughes, Caterpillar, that's another one. Caterpillar following through. Caterpillar has an ATR of $6. Just like to see more option volume on Caterpillar. Like to see a dip for an entry on Caterpillar rather than chasing. Okay, SPY. Like to see a follow through here. A higher low. Okay, we're not getting much progress. Do have a flat VWAP though. Okay. Yeah, this is a tough day. Tough day. Started off very strong and then blocks tapered off to nothing. Tick cumulative is still green, but not the best setup at the moment. Still looks like we could drop off here. Keep looking at that gap, 410.50 on the gap. Deltas are still positive. There's a little bit more buyers than there are sellers, but we're flat now. Calls are starting to outnumber. All right, calls are starting to pick up some activity here. Calls are starting to see some flow. Calls seeing more flow on the SPY. Ginkgo, the 80 calls are active. Ginkgo, solar. More calls. Very choppy. Very, very choppy. Yeah, I don't like the edge in the markets right now. This could go either way very quickly. Looks like we're going to drop off here. All right, dropping out. About to take out the low here. Taking out the low.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Lots of chop.
Extreme low tick alert.
VIX spiking up again. All right, so more downside. All right, VIX is spiking to the highs. All right, VIX spiking up to the highs. All right, looks like we're going to hold right here. I don't know why. We'd just go ahead and fill the gap. It'd be nice. Get this over with. 12. Looking for a bear flag. Looks like that's what's been setting up today. Calls and puts are just moving sideways. Looked like calls were overtaken there for a few minutes. Looks like another bear flag starting to form. All right. I'm assuming this is going to be a bear flag. It's going to break down some more. If we get down to 410, we should see a good bit of support there if we manage to drop it to that level. All right, bear flag breaking down. Okay, bear flag is breaking down. All right, another drop here. All right, we're going to go down and touch support at 410 first. Support at 410. Okay, we're breaking down a bit more.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, so now we have a little bit larger body candle. Looks like we're going to test 410. That's the bottom, close to the bottom. It's also a large support gamma level. We could come down and test that 407 level. That's the low that we saw last week on Wednesday, Thursday. So as long as we stay inside of this box, basically between 407 and 417, 10-point range, we're good. If we break down and start to head back towards 400, that's a different story. For now, SPY puts, Q puts are working. Deltas continue to fade. VIX is trying to push higher. More weakness coming in.
Low tick alert -800.
More downside.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right. Heading towards that gap fill. SPY looks like we're going to keep drifting lower.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, more lows. We're going to come down to 410. Look for buyers down there at 410. All right, nice little bounce here. All right, so assuming another bear flag for now, starting to set up. The gap fill is just below, a point below. More blocks trading on the Qs than the SPY today. GNRC holding up very well. It's got some nice relative strength. Generac Holdings, Matson, and some of the bulk shippers look good. Matson, MATX. Matson looks good. I like Matson on a daily. It's one of the reasons why I put it on the watch list. It's on the IBD 50 this week. Nice follow through, 921 crossing up through the 200 day. Should see a follow through. It's pushing up against these pivots. Once we get through this level, we could see a nice rally up towards 122, 124. SPY looks like we're producing what looks like a bear flag now. All right, the volume starts to pick up here. This would be a nice long. Grover's scripts are giving us a buy the dip, stop for 1186. SPY. We could see a move back up to 414. Got some gamma there. Looks like a bear flag though, with the potential to drop down to 410.50 and fill the gap. So if you're thinking puts, pretty much had most of the fill to the downside already. We're 5 points off the high. Okay, we're trading up 14 handles on the day, futures. No buy signals at the moment. It's 12:20. 12:20. Let's see what these guys have to say today. 12:20. Nope, no follow through yet. All right, looks like another bear flag. Another bear flag. Okay, bear flag looks like it's going to break down again. 410 is the next level.
We'll get to our call today in a moment. Dr. J, though, I wanted to come back to you for what you're seeing actually on Amazon regarding that option activity that we said is unlocked because of this split.
Well, you said it, and you're exactly right, Scott.
Oh, please don't patronize him.
Weekly 130 calls were bought just in a huge block. So that's 3.5 million share equivalent. And I just threw it back out to you because you nailed it. It's not just that more people have access to the stock, which Prashant, which Sarat correctly called, but also those options, which are just exploding. The volumes there will be pretty telling about where this
Low tickler minus 800.
It just gets lost sometimes in the conversation about why stock splits can be beneficial for certain types of investors. So I'm glad you noted that. I do want to move to our call of the day because it's Citi out today with a new note on the semis, and they name analog devices. Shannon, you own it, so I'm going to go to you first. They call it their top pick. Okay, don't be confused though, because they're negative on the space. They're positive on this one, and the target goes to 192. But they are super defensive, getting more. In fact, we believe semi-stocks can decline another 30% based on roughly 20% downside to estimates and 10% downside to multiples based on previous downturns. So you are, at least according to them, in the right one.
But should you be in them at all is really the question, right?
Well, if this is viewed as a more defensive place to be in, I don't know, maybe it's a port in a storm, right? Every sector has some stocks that are going to work in trying times, and maybe this is the one that's it.
Yeah, and I mean, this stock is trading.
Google, lots of calls on Google as well. Amazon, more flow on Google and Amazon.
Communication is for benefit from 5G. I think that if you look at the note, you look at the concerns, is really about PC demand, and this is not new. We've been talking about lower PC demand since everybody started going back to work. I don't think that there's too much of a concern here for our position in analog, but I think in the overall space, there's a lot of talk about this ordering that has happened due to supply chain constraints, and so there could be some cyclicality here that pressures these stocks a little bit lower. You really just have to look over the next 2 to 3 years and try to determine how much of that end demand has been completely met, or how much of this supply is going to be sapped as other parts of the supply chain get online. And I think actually that's the positive catalyst.
What's your view here? Qualcomm and Nvidia are the ones that you have. I mean, and they say that their analysis shows that this downturn, as they call it, looks most like 2011, 2012. We believe the severity of a likely recession will determine how long bad the downturn actually is.
So you look at Qualcomm, 11 times earnings. I mean, and in 5G is really where the strength is, and now they're in autos as well. NVIDIA, we've talked about gaming and data center. I like these coming out of a slowdown because they have really good intellectual property. The question of the over-ordering, yeah, we know that, but this could be the classic example of if they actually do what the NVIDIA did, what Qualcomm does, which says, hey, things have slowed down, but we have really good solid balance sheets and demand. The question of over-ordering, I think this could be a 1 or 2 quarter thing, but these are really good cyclical growth stocks that are trading now at a discount, and they could get a lot better.
But you say I like these coming out of a slowdown, but what about going into a slowdown? Well, I mean, that's the issue at hand.
You could argue that Qualcomm at 11 times earnings is priced in the slowdown already. I mean, historically, it's been at 15 to 17 times earnings, so 30% less than it used to be.
All right, looks like we could drop off here.
Low ticker minus 800.
Yeah, I do, Scott, and I really love the NVIDIA side because they have those 3 big levers to pull. And anytime you have diversification of revenue streams, it's one of the reasons I love Apple and always on the table about that. I think NVIDIA has that. AMD is just.
All right, more downside on SPY. Looks like 410 is going to be tested. Puts are still working.
We've already mentioned AWS several times on the show, but I think AMD is really just head and shoulders above everybody else in the data center world right now, and that's why those are the only 2 right now in my portfolio.
Joe, you own it, and I think it's the only semi stock you own, right?
I do, and listen, full disclosure, Joe T has significant exposure to semiconductors. I think the challenge is, as an investor, if you are conducting a diversified portfolio construction, you have to include semiconductors within the allocations because they're so incredibly relevant overall to the economy itself. The problem is, as Shannon spoke about, is that inventories are building, and they're building very aggressively. Days of inventory rose to 53 days from 42 in the prior quarter. So the concern.
All right, more downside. SPY put still working.
Where the economy slows down further, well, IT spending is going to slow down as well. But that's going to lead to this continued malaise overall for semiconductors. And as I said before, as I began the show, I think the market has the potential here for a near-term rally, but if you want to signal the all clear, well, you got to be certain that the semiconductors are participating because they're incredibly critical. Last point on that is I would look at Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi geographically it's such an incredibly important.
Low ticker minus 800.
Contributing to where the demand is coming for globally.
All right, SPY gets down to 410. I'd start looking for buyers to step up. 407 is possible, but 410 is the first area we'd look for buyers.
Taiwan Semi is about to go negative as the Dow just did as well. I should just note that for you. We're negative by about 6, but we've given up almost all the gains across the board. Nasdaq's barely higher by about 7 points. S&P hanging on by 6. So that's where your rally has gone, at least at this moment. We're still
Extreme low ticker.
3 is the 10-year. So just keep your eyes all the way to the right throughout the day as well. You see what rates are doing. We're going to take a quick break. Doc has unusual activity coming up. We do have the big ETFs to watch as well. Don't miss a special week of Mad Money with Jim Cramer. He is live in San Francisco. A big lineup of CEOs today. It all starts at 6.
All right, we're getting down to 410 pretty quick now.
Jim as well in overtime, which I'm super excited about.
Looking for buyers down here
CEOs
at support.
Snowflake and Okta, AMD. We were just talking about that. A bunch of other companies as well. We're right back.
NIMO's plus 40. Plus 46, NIMO. All right, we got a lot of supply here, 4110. All right, can we get down there and fill the gap? It's a little bit lower, a little bit lower. There's a lot of demand down here at 4110, 4110. All right, we're starting to see aggressive buyers coming in. Our aggressive buyers coming in here on the futures. All right, calls look pretty good here. If we can manage SPY calls. All right, need to see more flow. We're on a buy signal on the 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart. On a buy signal. Aggressive buyers here. All right, watching. We need to string together a couple of candles here at least. The shorts covering at the lows. Gap is right there. Technically, we've traded in this area. Okay, 411 up to 413. So we don't have to come all the way back down to this level. We have filled in this area.
And welcome to the ETF Edge portion of Halftime Report. I'm Bob Pisani. After months of outflows, bond funds have started seeing inflows again, including high-yielded Treasury ETFs. What's going on? Let's talk to Jerome Schneider. He's the head of short-term portfolio.
Let's take a look at municipal bonds. Municipal bonds are still hanging in there. Fading back to the 921 day. Looking for a push higher. Municipal bonds, MUB. Okay, looking good here looking for the follow through now. SPY.
Absolutely. The trend has changed slightly for two reasons. One, the uncertain economic outlook is simply this is an anti-Goldilocks environment, one where growth is in question as well as inflationary expectations, where the market isn't necessarily too hot nor too cold. That environment makes it a little bit more ripe for bonds to be considered. And the second one really has to do with the recalibration we witnessed in rates in the first and the second quarter, which has moved rates and more importantly yields for bonds to a higher plateau, which hasn't been seen in quite a while. And that's attracting new investors, primarily financial advisors who have been attracted to risk throughout the era of quantitative easing and easy credit financial conditions to move to a place where in fact they're looking for yield and total return on a safer basis. And really they're identifying that bonds are a little bit different than this environment.
Yeah, Jerome, you're one of the biggest active bond fund managers in the U.S. This caught my eye. According to the Investment Company Institute, passive index funds have overtaken active funds for the first time ever. 16% of U.S. market capitalization controlled by passive funds now.
All right, looking for more buyers to come in. Shorts covering for now.
For active funds, that's according to the ICI. Now, you run one of the biggest funds in the U.S. that are actively managed bond funds. Do you think you can still provide outperformance after fees? Look at how much money keeps going into passive.
Well, what's happened really is two things. One, investors are really taking a look at what the fresh ideas are in fixed income, which is number one, higher yields and looking how to adapt to it. And number two, they have to be more sensitive to the environment that they're in, which requires differentiation.
Just here's some commentary here out of Canada's PM Trudeau. Says that China's harassing the UN aircraft that was patrolling and enforcing.
Comes in this environment where passive may be left behind over periods of time. So the initial stage is the rotation to fixed income. The second part of that stage differentiation in value in terms of active management. And that's where we see over the next 2 years, tremendous growth in.
All right, just some shorts covering for now, SPY. But we come down and tap 410, fill that gap technically.
Just seeing some comments now from UK's PM Johnson to the Tories. It says it's not the time for unforced political drama. To the MP, says we can't spend our way out of inflation. Says we can't tax our way to growth, and we need to cut costs for families and businesses. Those are comments from UK's PM Johnson, which he said in an address to the Tory MPs.
All right, a little bit more buying activity now. All right, let's see. That's fine. Let me keep an eye on this. I'd like to see a follow through there. Prudential, I'll look for push higher earlier. Travelers Insurance, AIG, CINF, Cincinnati Financial. All right, nice little follow through. Cincinnati Financial, Chubb, CB. CB looks good. All right, nice follow through so far. Looking good here. SPY, nice rally underway off the low. This looks more like new money starting to come in now. Shorts covering. New money coming in. We're near support. We had a major level at 410. Gamma level. AMD, lots of 100s, 105s, 110 calls. Apple, more calls to 145 for this week. 145 on Apple. That's slightly in the money. All right, the FANG stocks are catching a bid that could continue. SPY calls are starting to outpace puts marginally. All right, IBM turning the corner. A lot of these FANG stocks are seeing short covering, looking for a bid. Veru was active last week. Veru was active last week. We got a little dip. Looks like buyers coming in. Veru. All right, SPY continuation. Veru starting to see some activity. Veru, V-E-R-U. Look for a little follow through on Veru.
Are a growing part of the way that people deal with not having to buy crude or fossil fuels, but that's a very small percentage. It'll grow, but it's small, so the alternatives are just not there. Secondarily, the sanctions that we and other nations have put on Russia make it really tough for Europe in particular. So they're drawing a lot more energy to Europe from
Nice
other
follow through.
areas that
Buyers.
we and the Chinese and others would be buying from. And I think that's just a perfect storm to send crude oil as
SPY calls at this level starting to look a lot better. Following through.
I don't think we get there in a hurry. I think it takes till the end of the year, but we're going to be dealing with $6 and $8 and $10 a gallon crude oil refined product. That I just don't see an alternative right now, Scott.
So, Rod, you can pick at this call and say, look, energy's run a lot. Some say it's run too much. Time to take some money off the table. Even if you don't want to, the market may do it for you, because if something turns and people take money there, they'll put it somewhere else. They say staples have run a lot. Maybe that trade's done too, especially if sentiment continues to trend positive. What do you say?
So I think on the energy side, for years energy did nothing, and right now it's got its day in the sun. And I think you have to be very careful. In a diversified portfolio, energy has definitely outrun everybody else, so it's okay to take some profits off there.
Are you doing any of that? Because you got Pioneer, you got Chevron, Apache, and EOG.
Yes, I'm sure the most I'm trimming is Apache because it's really done really well. It's a speculative play out of those, and I'm trimming the others back to market weights because they've just done.
Yeah,
really,
Apache
really
looked good.
When you talk about consumer staples, I'm still overweight consumer staples. I think it's a good defensive hedge in a portfolio. I think if things slow down,
ConocoPhillips.
as long as you're in the right consumer staple stocks, and we have Coke and Pepsi and Constellation brands in there, I think those are the ones you want to hold.
Shan Materials and Industrials.
Marathon Petroleum continues to ramp higher.
Martin Marietta, Rockwell Automation. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a cyclical perspective, we've been light energy, and obviously that hasn't benefited our portfolio. But if I look at our industrial
refiners, VLO and PBF all doing well. These broke out of trends back in March, continued higher.
I like to pick and choose my cyclicals, but I think you need to have some cyclical exposure, even if we get an economic slowdown.
Okay, coming up, the good, the bad, the ugly.
Generac going for high of the day. Generac.
We're following the money. Our Leslie Picker is doing that next.
Here's a tip for your money and your future. To analyze your personal cash flow, take your monthly income after taxes. That's your monthly inflow. Then add up your monthly expenses, rent or mortgage, credit card, auto loan payments, all committed and discretionary expenses. That's your monthly outflow. Your monthly inflow minus your monthly outflow is your personal cash flow. And that number tells you if you're living within your means to prevent you from taking
VLO. All right, so those doing well. Oil and gas names. All right, so we made it a little ways here. All right, can we get a follow through? Or above the 20 EMA, the 200 is next. 200 is next at 412.92. Tick cumulative went negative. Tick cumulative on the 60-minute went negative. We need to see that turn back up. Fang stock still seeing more bid coming in. All right. So looking more and more like new, fresh money coming in. We tested lows, pretty much filled the gap. IBM starting to turn. We've got IBM moving higher. Apple has a bid. Amazon looks fine. It looks like it has a bid. Nvidia has a bid. Microsoft, Facebook. All right, so all during that move off the lows here, SPY didn't see any new blocks, so that's interesting.
Health of hedge funds in this very volatile market. Our Leslie Picker always following the money, of course, and has our report today. Hey, Les.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, May was another rough month for hedge fund managers, especially those that trade both long and short in equities. According to Goldman Sachs, on an asset-weighted basis, this strategy was down nearly 2% in May, during which time the S&P was effectively flat. This means that the average negative returns were driven entirely by negative alpha on the long side, with little help from shorts, not that broader market activity. Technology funds were among the worst, down more than 8%. Healthcare was down more than 5% for the month on average. You saw this in the returns of tech-oriented firms like Tiger Global and D1, which have taken massive hits this year, especially in their public books. Pershing Square, which has little tech exposure, still down about 18% this year. Interestingly, though, the computers that bet on and against stocks had a mirror image of returns during May. Systematic long-short funds generated returns of 2% last month. In volatile years like we've had, the quants can make faster pivots than fundamental investors, which is perhaps why you're seeing such a disparity between people and machines this year. Scott?
They do say people, you need people right now. Active management's better in this kind of environment. We've heard that many times before, Leslie.
That's right. Well, these quants, these systematic funds, are actually considered active management because they're programmed to do things different than, say, the indexes.
All right, no follow through, so we could see maybe a higher low, or we could test the low again.
And in the current environment, with so much factors and so much news on a daily basis, sometimes it helps to have kind of a computer at the helm that's maybe less emotional about trades. At least that's what the returns in May would suggest.
Gotcha. Leslie Picker, thank you, as always. Stay with us. John's latest unusual activity trades are coming up. Plus, all June, we are celebrating Pride Month. Here is CNBC Clip Desk Manager Cassandra Francavilla.
My son opened up to me about his true identity when he was a freshman in high school. His ultimate goal is to
All right, IBM, still got a bid in IBM, continues to push towards VWAP. IBM, SPY pulling back now. Looking for a higher low. GNRC continues to push higher. Tesla turning the corner. Tesla. All right, looking for a higher low. We're printing a higher low now on SPY. I got to take a couple of minute break. I'm going to stick something in the oven. I'll be right back.
John, let's talk unusual. What do you have for me today?
Let's do that, Scott. I'm going to start off with drugs, and then I'm going to go over to energy. Take a look at Merck, MRK. In there, they're buying the October 90 calls. These are an at-the-money call because the stock was $90.15 when they started buying them. They bought about 9,000. That's nearly a million share equivalent. Second trade, like I said, energy, VST. This one, of course, produces energy for almost 5 million people across the country. 7,500 of the July 27 calls. These are just out of the money. The stock was 26.30, I think, when they were buying those. So in both cases, they're either at the money or just at, just below the market. Third and final is QuantumScape, QS. This is lithium ion batteries and so forth. So another energy play. 5,000 of the weekly June 13 calls with the stock at 12.50. And a very quick update. Pete last Thursday gave you Keurig Dr. Pepper, KDP. Those calls were trading for 40 cents. The June 35 calls, they went to $2.40 today as the stock popped on an inclusion in an index. And for that reason, you had about a 600% return on those calls. Scott.
Okay, good stuff. Dr. J, thank you. We'll do final trades right after this break.
Back.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Real debate and actionable advice from the investment committee, plus unusual activity and more. Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
4 o'clock Eastern with that man right there, Mike Wilson, Morgan Stanley Chief U.S. Equity Strategist. He will join me. Top of our program today, Josh Brown will be along with Erin Brown of PIMCO. We'll get her latest playbook on the market. And then Kramer out in San Francisco all of this week. So he's going to join us too. He's got a huge lineup. And we're going to talk about the state of tech with Mr. Kramer as well. Let's do final trade. Shannon, you go first.
We mentioned it earlier, but we bought this a couple weeks ago. Rockwell Automation believe that we are going to bring a lot of production back online here in the United States, and automation is going to be key given the labor shortages that we have.
Okay. Joe, you're up next.
Name I haven't spoken about in quite some time. I got out of this in November at 457. Generac. I think what the viewers should do, take a quarter position size of each of the Mondays during the course of June. I'll be doing the same.
Why Generac?
Generac, play on clean energy, alternate fuels. We're coming into the hurricane season, and from a valuation perspective now, it's come down enough to where I think that valuation is reasonable.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. J.
Unum, UNM. This is a Jenny Harrington stock. We're seeing unusual activity at the July 37.50 strike, so I joined Jenny. I'm in.
Okay, Sarat.
American Express. So a couple of things here. You've got a tailwind with services spending for the consumer, and then you also have the optionality of business spending as people start traveling. And then you got Gen Zs and millennials starting to spend. They spent a lot of money and reinvested into their brand. So I think this is a good one to own.
You got to upgrade today to buy from Edward Jones, which makes me want to ask you, since we have a few minutes left, about financials in general, because you do have some exposure in that space too.
I do, and I find in terms of valuation, when you look at the JP Morgan's, Morgan Stanley selling at 9 to 10 times earnings. So what we talked about, are some of these earnings discounted already? Potentially, but they're cheap stocks with good balance sheets.
I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch.
You think the economy averts the worst of the downturn, if you want to call it that?
Assuming that it's not the worst case, that we have a slowdown and then we come out of it, these stocks will do very well.
Yeah, all of what's your best name? Your favorite name in the group?
Morgan Stanley is my favorite name.
MS. Okay. All right, good stuff. It's great to see everybody. It's good to have you both here.
Thank you.
Always fun. All right, the exchange is now.
At least 145 UK Conservative lawmakers publicly backed UK PM Johnson as the conference vote begins. It's worth noted a majority, so 50% is needed in order to make a decision either way here, which is 180 votes. So here, seeing here, 145 Conservative lawmakers publicly backed UK PM Johnson as the vote of confidence begins.
Jump in right now, or should you get off the sidelines and put a little money to work? Guess what's working? Oil. It's up near $120 a barrel. Gasoline prices at record highs, and now China ramping back up after COVID lockdowns. How much higher will energy costs go? We'll hit all that and much more. But let's begin now with Dom and these sort of topsy-turvy markets.
We've seen positives, and we've seen actually a brief flash into negative territory at this point, Brian. So to your point, if you look at the highs of the session right now, we kind of go through and cycle through which ones the S&P, the NASDAQ we focus on. We'll do the Dow today. The Dow was up 350 plus points at the highs of the session, and we drifted down towards that negative territory. Now we're back up just a modest 45 points. That's about a 0.1% gain. 32,942, the current level. The S&P, 4125 is the trade. They're up 16 handles, just about half of 1% gains there. Similar percentage move for the NASDAQ Composite, which is, by the way, an outperformer much earlier this morning. So it's up 52 points, 12,064 the last trade. So again, drifting a little bit lower, a little bit of steam coming out here. One key reason why is we are watching a push higher in interest rates, specifically the long-term ones tied to the U.S. 10-year Treasury yield, the benchmark there. Now we're above 3%, 3.03 the last trade for the 10-year note yield. So we're making that kind of push back above. Remember, at the highs here, just in the course of the last month and a half or so, it was roughly just a hair below 3.17%. So kind of keep an eye on that level. We're at 3.03 right now, but we're back above 3. That's what traders are watching. Now, Chinese internet, a very big focus for some traders looking for that volatility today. And the reason why is because DD Global, the Uber of China, if you will, is up 36%, a massive move higher. Believe it or not, at the highs of the session, we were up 67%. That stock was, again, over $3, $3.10 at the high. Some of the regulatory crackdowns may be easing a bit. So say some of the reports coming out of there, that's giving a bid to Pinduoduo, JD, NetEase, some of the bigger NASDAQ 100 related stocks, and the big ETF that tracks those Chinese internet stocks, the Crane Shares one, KWeb is the ticker, up 5%. But of course, Brian, we like to put things in context. And remember, at $2.52, just take a look at where it was over the course of the past year. DD Global, post-IPO, was actually an $18 stock in June of last year. It is all the way up, 36% to a whopping $2.51. That's not a chart you like if you're a bull on DD, so keep an eye on that. I'll send things back over to you.
Go ahead, and the weight and heft of the Chinese government comes down on you?
It comes down hard.
It comes down hard. The iron fist. Dom Chu, thank you very much. All right, your big money corporate headline right now, Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference is kicking off in person with CEO Tim Cook set to present the latest versions of software and maybe a few other surprises. Steve Kovac is at Apple's headquarters in Cupertino, California, with more of what we can expect. Steve, what are you looking for?
Hey, Brian. Yeah, Tim Cook took the stage in person for the first time in over 2 years. So since the pandemic began, hundreds of people are here. This is the first time Apple's really had a WWDC in this way, inviting a select group to witness the pre-recorded presentation in person. But we just saw Tim Cook and his deputy, Craig Federighi, kind of pump up the crowd. So here's what we're expecting. Like you said, software updates for all the major platforms, iPhone in particular. And then what I'm looking for are any clues in new augmented reality features that can kind of hint at this headset we're looking forward to likely later in the fall, Brian.
WWDC. We have a big day of announcements about our latest technologies and platforms.
We got Tim Cook going off. So is there going to be like a one more thing moment, Steve?
Yeah, that's been kind of lingering over this whole morning as I'm talking to people coming into the event. Is there going to be a one more thing? If you ask me, probably nothing groundbreaking other than maybe some updates to its laptops on the hardware front. Really, everyone's looking forward to this headset that y'all keep talking about, and any hints at that. But hardware-wise, new laptops most likely running those new chips that Apple's been using, and probably the final nail in the coffin for Intel inside the Macs. So they're going to fully transition away from Intel most likely today, right?
So Intel outside, far outside of Cupertino, apparently, Steve.
Exactly.
New Macs, that's nice. They don't seem to generate the love that a new phone might. Do you expect any buzz around a new computer, Steve, or PC's kind of a thing of the past anyway in many ways?
Well, not for Apple recently. So the Mac business has been quite reinvigorated over the last 2 years. Part of that's the pandemic, and part of that is this transition away from Intel that let them make a bunch of new computers that are really compelling and can just basically do things those Intel Macs couldn't do before. So they keep setting quarter over quarter just records in the Mac business. So it might not seem like the most exciting thing compared to the iPhone, but it's a huge part of Apple's business now.
All right, Steve, we'll let you get in, do your thing, and see you all throughout the rest of the day as that kicks off. Steve, thanks very much. All right, so let's stick with Apple and really dig into the stock, because it has not fallen too far from the market tree. We don't mean that in a good way. Check out this, dare we say, random but interesting nugget. This year, Apple stock has underperformed the S&P 500 the past 5 days, past month, past 3 months, and the past year. That courtesy of our friends at Data Trek Research. But despite those headwinds, our next guest maintaining his outperform rating and $210 target on the stock. Joining us now is Amit Duriani, Evercore ISI fundamental research analyst. Amit, thanks for joining us. What are you listening and looking for from this conference today?
IBM higher highs on the evening session, trying for the highs of the day set earlier this morning.
So seen from Manu Raju via Twitter here, as US Senator Manchin told him that they're not yet close to a deal on the reconciliation as talks continue with Senate Majority Leader Schumer. Says that the climate and energy issues are not close to resolved, and dealing with inflation is the main issue for him, as there's no deal.
Low tick alert minus 800.
In energy news, seeing that Libya's Sharara oil field has halted production after a brief restart.
All right, looking for a little follow through.
Parties take $2.040 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. So, according to the Russian Foreign Ministry, Russia imposes sanctions against the US finance and energy ministers. So Russia, they're imposing sanctions against US finance and energy ministers.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to
All right, a little bit more weakness coming into the markets. I do note that puts are falling off on the net flow for SPY, while the markets are managing to hold on to a positive net flow. It has faded from the best levels of the session. So hopefully the bulls can wrest control and push this higher in the evening session. For now, we're just watching.
So Russia here has more color as Russia bans the entry to 61 US officials and company executives.
Still more choppy sideways price action. VWAP is up there at 414. There is a significant amount of gamma there that we need to get through. So we do get a shot towards VWAP. Look for a rejection. For now, we're just chopping around for the last hour. Looking for a push higher into the evening session. If they're going to get anything going, it'll probably be after 2 p.m. Amazon's starting to move. Watch Amazon. All right, still producing lower highs for now in this range. At the lows of the session, we could come down and test 410. Individual stocks pretty much doing the same thing. No follow through. Very few SPY blocks have traded today. That's pretty interesting. The Qs and IWM, the bulk of the blocks that have traded today were on the Qs and IWM. Tesla trying to turn here. Tesla.
Just seeing more colour here from the Russian Foreign Ministry. Russia also imposing sanctions on leading executives of US defense and media firms.
All right, we're starting to get a nice little bid here in SPY. All right, SPY trying to do something here over the last 20 minutes. Not much follow through. Blocks. I'm only seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. Like 4 blocks on the SPY today. That's like nothing. All right, looking for a follow through. Okay, if we're going to move, it's going to be this time of day. It looks like. Okay, Tesla, lots of calls coming through on Tesla. The 7:30 calls. Amazon seeing more calls. Snap seeing the 15s. Snaps the 15s for this Friday and the following Friday, the monthlies. SPY trying to take out the highs here. Okay, looks like we're going to get a follow through now. SPY. SPY follow through. All right, supply has shifted up to 4130. There's about 27,000 contracts there at 4130. We get above 4130, we could see a retest of 414, 4140. I don't see any supply at 4140 yet. Futures, there's really not a lot. There's no supply overhead. Once it gets through 4140, those sellers at 4140, we could see a follow through. Deltas are positive. We got more calls being bought. They're starting to come closer together now. So the flow, overall market flow is still positive and bullish. Starting to pick up a little bit of momentum now. Looking for Amazon to take off. Okay, Amazon's going here. Amazon.
High tick alert plus 800.
The Amazon 125, 126, all the way to 130. Very active for Friday. Okay, there goes Facebook. Facebook spike. Okay, NVIDIA. Bid. All right, nice follow through. All right, there goes SPY. Nice little follow through on SPY. All right, so 4100.
Extreme high tick alert.
410. That area held. It got tested. So now the buyers are coming in. Nice follow through for SPY. Nice. All right, so futures, more shorts covering. We got tick cumulative is turning as well. Tick cumulative. Tick cumulative. All right, we're trading 2-to-1 up volume. It's 1.5, 1.25 to 1.
Extreme high tick alert.
All right, nice follow through. Guys are doing a nice job of following the markets. I'm watching what you guys post and ladies post in the trading room. Doing a great job of following the markets, both directions. Trading accordingly. All right, so we're through that 4130 zone. Supply is tapering off. If we can manage to continue here. All right, we're starting to flag. Okay, notice the 20 and the 200 very close together. All right, there we go. The 20 and the 200 got very close together. This morning, we were way apart. You see where the 20 EMA was way up here? The 200 period, we had came back down to that level. Now we're very close together. Now we get to see some follow through. Got a little mean reversion here. Now follow through and push back up towards VWAP. Looks good. A nice follow through. Let's keep going here, SPY.
High took alert plus 800.
More high ticks. Market's following through. If you took calls at the low, they continue to work. Looking for that follow through. Dollar Tree spiking to the highs. There goes Walmart. NIO starting to push to the highs of the day. Most stocks are following suit. Nice follow through. Okay, let's go SPY. Let's go LETSGO. Okay, nice follow through. All right, looking for a higher high.
High tick alert plus 800.
Looking for a follow through. Nice follow through on SPY so far. All right. All right. So we're coming up against VWAP. Watch here at VWAP. SPY at VWAP. All right, looking very nice here. SPY doing a great job taking back some of those gains that we lost in the morning session, right, going into noon. All right, VIX is trying to hold here. All right, we got VWAP. So if we get through VWAP, that's great. If we get rejected, this is an area to think about puts, maybe take some calls off the table, take some profits. I'd like to see a follow through into 2 o'clock. All right, so watching, we have supply at 4140, 414 SPY. 4140, there's some supply here, about 20,000 contracts. Above that, it tapers off really fast. So with positive deltas, we could see a follow through. Okay. Nice trade there on SPY. Yeah, nice job there, Grover. Okay, we're running up against VWAP now. All right, looking for a follow through or a rejection. Maybe take some calls off. Excuse me. Okay, Amazon. Nice job on Amazon. Back up to 126, back to VWAP. Amazon. 126 up to 130 calls for this Friday and for next Friday. June OPEX. Very active today. GameStop, lots of puts on GameStop showing up. All right, MP. You're looking at MP. MP. Yeah, that looks good. MP looks fine. MP looks really good there, Tony. I like it. Both look good. MP. Let's see what leaps look like. All right, SPY. Let's see if we can't get above VWAP. SPY. Looking for a follow through, get through VWAP. Then we could hold on to some calls. If you run into resistance here, look for a dip. All right, looks like we're going to follow through. Volume coming in. Calls are outperforming puts on the SPY flow for now. Qs look good. We got supply overhead is starting to shift a bit higher. Are we taking out supply? Futures taking out supply. Futures on Bookmap taking out supply. Let's take out the trash. Let's get up to 4150. All right, SPY looking really good here. Okay, looking good. Generac, let's see, Generac is up 18 on the day. Generac, new highs of the day. Nice job. Facebook, nice follow through on Facebook. Facebook, giddy up time. All right, Facebook doing well. Watching SPY here as it meanders back towards VWAP. RSI is rising, strength of trend improving. MACD's above its signal line. Volume here shows probably a combination of shorts covering and new longs. If we get through VWAP, this is critical right here. 414 is a major level. Gamma, GEX. IBM looking for that to pop. IBM looking for a pop. PBR going. PBR. All right, nice follow through SPY. Let's get through VWAP. If we can get through VWAP, we've got all the bases covered now. We just need to get through VWAP. All right, VWAP. Nice pop towards VWAP. All right, so if we can get through VWAP here, this is good. Watch right here, right now. So I'm ready to take profits. All right, so it looks like we're getting rejected here. Maybe take some profits off. You got a nice gain. Looking for a follow through. Okay, I'm going to take some gains here from that 12 o'clock SPY calls. Uh, 414, 415. All right, if we get above VWAP, that's one thing. But if we right here is not a bad idea to take some profits off the table. Take half off. Let's see if the rest can go. Maybe we get the 414s, 415s for Wednesday, or even today for that matter. They're pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. Most stocks are following through, looking good. Generac at the high of the day, doing well. IBM, looking for that to pop. Still sitting here. Amazon, looking for it to jump above 127, 128. By the close, look for Amazon to follow through. If we can get above VWAP and volume continue to build, look at the volume at 2 o'clock on Friday. Look at the volume today. Okay, this is about 2 to 1 up volume. All right, we're going to push through this level, so maybe some calls for Wednesday. If we get through this level, some calls for Wednesday, or you could try the calls for today. We got to get above VWAP first, though. Got to get above VWAP. If we can get above VWAP, that'll be great. All right, notice where RSI came from. Okay, we had a higher low, had a bullish divergence. We made a lower low. Always look for this. That's why RSI is on the top of my chart, so I can check it out. We got a low, a higher low, and then we started moving higher. We got a lower low on SPY. That was that call out at around 12:30, 12:35. We were looking for a higher low. The main thing I was looking at was a divergence here and call flow. Looking good. All right, so we're still stuck here. Looking for a push. Get above VWAP. We could see 416 pretty fast. All right. I got a lot of supply, about 25,000 contracts showing up right here, right now on the futures. Okay, we ran right into VWAP. All right, very aggressive buyers. Bookmap, very aggressive buyers. All these tools between Bookmap and TradyTix, the flow, our strategies that we normally use, VWAP, relative volume. You guys are killing it in the trading room. I'm watching some of the posts. I'm also watching the trades. Looking really good. Look for Amazon to follow through. That'll be great for the kids, for their college education. Their covered L accounts. We've got 20 shares each. 20 shares each. On the split, they're doing really well. They're very happy. I'm happy. The less I have to put out for college, the better. Let somebody's stock do it. Let the stock of Apple, Amazon, and Google do it on these splits. So we had a very positive reaction out of Amazon so far. We're up on the day, almost 3%, Amazon. So if Google is any indication, if Amazon is any indication, Google should continue to move higher. Google was up over $80 this morning. It tapered off a little bit, but it's coming around the corner. I'm looking forward to those moving back up to 2,000. I believe Google split is when? July 1st or something like that? When does Google split come into effect? July 15th? All right, July 15th. All right, so is that right? All right, Facebook calls are green. Nice job there, Susie. Frano, I see you guys trading it. Nice job. Apple continuation. Wow, Apple. Beautiful. Apple. The developers conference today at Apple event. Getting a nice follow through. I bought some Apple 147 calls. They are 50 delta. All right, so we're getting rejected right here. Getting rejected. All right, so that's the confirmation we need. Are we going to get rejected or are we going to follow through? So far, rejection. Okay. All right, what's the Qs doing? Qs. Okay, Qs. Rejection at VWAP as well. IWM. Okay, IWM is above VWAP. QQQ, SPY, rejected. IWM coming back, or a little pullback here. I'm probably gonna take some more calls if we get a nice little bounce here, a higher low. Higher low on SPY would be great. And the Qs. Okay, the wipe is home. I just saw her pull in the driveway. Okay, so no higher low yet. No higher low. Generac up 17.23, just off the highs of the day. We tagged, got close to tagging 288. We're looking for 300 on Generac or higher. Generac. All right, so we got a higher low printing right here. All right, let's say we get through, SPY gets through VWAP. Okay, I would look for the next higher low. So we got a higher low right now. If we get through VWAP, I'm not going to buy immediately. I'll wait for a little dip back to VWAP. If it gets bought, I'll be buying some maybe 414s, 415s, 416s, for maybe 416s for Wednesday, but or Friday, maybe 414s, 415s for Wednesday, or even today. We still got plenty of time. We could scalp some calls here. 50 cents, dollar would be nice. All right, the FANG stocks are still hanging in there. FANG stocks are still hanging in there. Apple's still going. Apple looks good. Okay. Apple looks good. Looking for Apple to jump above. Now, Apple is 6% of the weight of the S&P 500. So if Apple goes and Microsoft goes, that's 12% of the weight of the S&P 500. These two stocks, 12% of the weight. So if these get going, watch for SPY to jump over VWAP. Facebook, NVIDIA, Google. All right. Twenty-three percent of the weight of the S&P 500 is in Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, NVIDIA, Google, and Amazon. So if those are all moving higher, guess what? We should see a follow through. Okay, so we need to get these to follow through. Amazon, Google, okay, NVIDIA. If we get all these to move higher, that's 23% of the weight of the S&P. Now, if you add up, if you add Tesla, Berkshire Hathaway, and JP Morgan Chase, that gives you 28.6% weight of the S&P. So let's take a look at those names as well. Tesla. Okay, that's looking good. It's above VWAP. JP Morgan. Okay, whoops. Sorry, I lost you there for a second. All right, so if we use Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, that adds up to 23% of the weight of the S&P. If we add JP Morgan, which is bullish, it's green on the day. If that continues to move higher, along with Berkshire, you add these up, that's 23% of the weight, 28.6% of the weight of the S&P 500. So need to see these following through. Okay. So 10 stocks: Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Google, Class A and Class C shares, Nvidia, Tesla, Berkshire Hathaway, JP Morgan Chase. That makes up 28% of the weight of the S&P. If they're all moving higher, then your bet for a move above VWAP is pretty strong. And right now I'm following them all. They are hesitating at the moment. Need to see a thrust higher. IBM looks like it wants to go as well. On the watch list. All right, IBM, nice squeeze here. Okay, so what was my thoughts here? My thoughts were dealing with okay, looking for another entry for SPY if you're going to scalp it. All depends on the FANG stocks. If they continue higher. As we trade right near VWAP, I'm looking for all of these stocks to jump above VWAP, like Apple. Apple is right below VWAP. Microsoft, 12% of the weight in these two stocks. Facebook, nice bump in Facebook. Nice bump in Facebook. Nvidia, all right, at VWAP. Google and Amazon. These all look good. So SPY's got a good shot at jumping above VWAP. Amazon's still fading here. All right, Amazon. GameStop's off $5 today. Generac making higher highs, higher lows. Generac sub 6.5%. Generac. Google, all right, just below VWAP. IBM squeezing. Okay, Nvidia looks like it wants to bounce here. calls are definitely outweighing puts. The net flow on the SPY, calls are outweighing the puts. Puts are dropping off, calls are rising. Okay, we got a lot of calls coming through here. DraftKings, the 15 and the 1750s. DraftKings, what's going on with DraftKings? I just saw a slew of calls here on DraftKings. Okay, higher low. The 15s, 1550s, and the 17s on DraftKings. DraftKings. DKNG, might be something there. GNRC, Generac. This time of year, Generac does well. Okay, SPY. SPY. All right, so long as SPY stays above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, feeling a little better. Okay, we're right on top of it. We had 2 wicks underneath. We're pushing back above, so a close above the 20 EMA would be very good. You got the 20, the red line, the dashed line is the 20 EMA on the daily chart. So we're above both, that's good. RSI is above 50. MACD needs to turn up as a function of price. So far, so good. So far, so good. SPY 60-minute, SPY 2-minute. All right, so we're looking for the 20 EMA to continue to push higher. Looking for a bounce right here, along with the FANG stocks. So far, they're all taking a break after a nice little rally off the lows. More puts coming through. Upstart, VSTO, some Tesla puts, some AMD puts. Okay, we got wicks underneath these candles. You see those wicks? All right, some buyers right there. So we'll see if it would bounce or not. Take out 412.75. We're probably going to revisit 412 again. 412.50. Maybe even the low of the day. If we can't muster a follow through in the FANG stocks. Apple's starting to fade now. All right, so more selling. All right, so VWAP held. All right, so you should have taken profits at VWAP. Hopefully you did. Okay, we still got a spinning top. Spinning top on the daily.
Low ticker minus 800.
NIMO is 53. NIMO is 53. Okay, NIMO 53. All right, so the FANG stocks, some profit taking, looking for a higher low. Do think we have a possibility of closing a little bit higher, at least closing green, if these FANG stocks can continue. All right, SPY's pulling back more, spinning top. on the daily, not surprising.
Low, tick alert.
Very bumpy ride today on the SPY. All right, VIX. VIX starting to turn again. All the FANG stocks pulling back all at the same time. Amazon, Apple, Google, Nvidia, Microsoft, Facebook. Calls are still outnumbering puts, though. Looking for a higher low to bounce. Looking for a bounce here, higher low. Looking for VIX to give us a lower high. IYR puts. Let's see what you're looking at there. See what you're looking at, Todd. IYR. All right, that looks pretty, looks like a day trade, right? You're day trading this one? Lower high. All right, looking for a higher low on SPY. Stay inside of this doji spinning top. Looking for the FANG stocks to all bounce as well. Keep an eye on VIX. Looking for a lower high on VIX. Okay, we're starting to see some short covering on the FANG stocks.
Low, tick alert, minus 800.
No bounce yet. All right, we really need to stay above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. Really need to stay above that. 60-minute, 20 EMA. Okay, right now we're below it. So we got a lower high today. Could see a lower low and a test of the 20 EMA on the daily chart. Tick cumulative looked like it wanted to cross back up, but it turned back down. Tick cumulative. We're trading 1-to-1 up down volume now. So the bears and the bulls are having a fight here. VIX is still pushing higher. It's probably going to test the highs of the day, VIX. Yeah, I hear you, Jacob. I hear you. Yeah, SPY's in a 10-point range. All right, so you can see 406, 407 up to 417. 10-point range on SPY, 100 points on the S&P. We're just moving sideways. 20 EMA is sideways. All right, SPY in the Qs. Apple, Amazon, everything pulling back just like that.
Low ticker minus 800. All right, VIX just flagging here with a lower high so far. Looking for shorts to cover, looking for signs of shorts covering. A little bit here, a little bit of short covering. Apple, Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, Facebook. A lower high on Facebook, looking for another push higher maybe. Facebook. All right, so Doji, long-legged Doji. All right, so we got this nice run up. Got to pull back the VWAP. Let's see. Look at the volume coming in. See the volume right there on Facebook?
$4.36 a gallon.
Let's see what the gasoline cost was. Got my receipt from the other day.
And NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $4.19 a gallon, while NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $118.50 a barrel, which is down 37 cents, for spot 31% on the session.
Costco. 409. 409. Oh, gasoline. What a pain. All the stuff that people have to deal with.
All right, looking for VIX is still moving higher. VIX is still moving higher. The FANG stocks most likely a little short covering here, but could be bear flags. Let's see if we get any kind of follow through on Facebook here. Facebook, look at the volume coming in right there. Facebook. Facebook looks good here, eh? What's going on? Instagram provides updates to sensitive content control. Supreme Court seeks Biden views on WhatsApp. What? Looks like, all right, we're getting a little bounce here. All right, it's 232, 233. All right, we're still positive on the day. RSI dipped. Now we're looking for a little bounce again. I don't know that I'm going to play SPY at this point. I like the setup this morning much better. You had a bullish divergence in SPY. You had this higher low and a lower low. MACD and stochastics both turned. All right, these two are turning right now, but I don't like it this setup as much as I did this morning at 12:30, 12:35 lunchtime. 12:25, I guess. This looked good. You got this higher low, and then you got this taken off to the upside, and you got a lower low, same time, and then the market started to turn.
NYMEX natural gas July futures at about $9.32.
Looks like we're going to go again. Maybe some SPY calls. What the hell? SPY calls back to VWAP. What do we got here? VWAP. We've got a point, almost 2 points on SPY. We could see back to the highs. Okay. The Monday calls are 22 cents for 414. That'd be something if we got all the way back there. Looks like a bear flag, though. I don't want to take it. Looks good. All right, the FANG stocks are trying to turn. SPY. Yeah, the setup this morning was much better. Setup this morning was much better. We did get oversold again very quickly, but this was much better. You had divergence, a lower low, and once we got that hammer right before 12:30, that turned out to be a good trade. That's misspelled. That is misspelled. Can't have that. Can't have misspelling. Okay, divergence there. Lower lows on price, RSI higher lows. Much better setup around 12 o'clock, 12:30. All right, we're probably going to bear flag it back to the lows again. Yeah. SPY, all the FANG stocks doing the same thing. Bear flag. All right, maybe we do fill that 410, that gap. Yep.
Low ticker minus 800.
VIX on the move again. All the FANG stocks fading. Oh well. All right, we're at 47. NYMO's at 47.76. NYMO pulling back a bit. Okay, we had a fade from about 2 o'clock. A fade on the futures. While we still have more aggressive buyers than sellers, we have been fading. We have support right here at 41.13. 41.13. Like to see all these FANG stocks bounce now. Apple's still pulling back. VIX at the high, near the highs of the session.
And Brent crude futures settle at $119.51 a barrel, which is down at 21 cents, or spot 1.8% on the session.
Okay, at this point, I probably wouldn't trade anything but earliest would be Wednesday calls. I wouldn't trade today's calls unless we see a turn real quick right here. Most of the volume on the call side is the 415 strike for Wednesday. Maybe we get a bounce here. VIX needs to drop off. Okay, keep an eye on Bookmap. Supply is at 41.22. VWAP is up there at 41.40. This is still technically a higher low. Still technically a higher low. 12.30, 115, 120, and right there, unless we break below this level. Okay, we got this here. RSI's oversold. Futures aren't doing anything, not following through. Still on sell signals on SPY. Short time frames, we're still on sell signals. 2 minute, 5 minutes still on a sell signal. So is the 15 minute. All right, we could come down and test that level. SPY calls are still outnumbering puts. Most options are bullish on the day. The flow is mostly bullish on the day. Market net flow is bullish. All right, VIX needs to roll over here. We're sitting right near the area where we bounced around 115. 115, we bounced right here. All right, RSI is oversold, starting to turn higher. Maybe we get a little bounce. All right, look at the 60-minute again. SPY. SPY. All right, looks like we're going to bounce here. Looking for a bounce back to VWAP. All right, FANG stocks need to see a follow through. FANG stocks shorts covering, Amazon bouncing again. Facebook looks like a good entry level if it wasn't so late in the day. Facebook at VWAP starting to find buyers. Volume starting to pick up on Facebook. IBM, decent day. IBM's up $2.22. Can we get a rally into the close? All right, nice little bounce here. Okay, no bounce on Apple yet. Just a little short covering. Apple, Microsoft need to bounce. VIX is starting to roll over. Watch VIX here. VIX starting to roll over. That'll help. We get VIX to roll over and drop back down. VIX on the daily below the 50-day. Just barely below the 50-day. So if we get a little test down to 23, that's the 200 period moving average on VIX. And then maybe a test of the April low on VIX. There goes SPY. All right. Need to see Apple and Microsoft bouncing now. Apple's reluctant. All right, there goes Amazon, pushing a bit higher. Amazon having a good day. Split 20 to 1. Mm-hmm. 411.34. That area keeps getting defended. Yep. All right, bounce, a little bit of bounce there. All right, SPY, let's go a little bit more. All right, VIX is trying to hold tough. Tesla is up 10 bucks on the day, but off the best levels of the session. FANG stocks, Apple still fading a bit more. Apple. It's above the lows of the session. Amazon, more calls coming through. Keurig, Dr. Pepper, KDP, Kilo Delta Papa, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, KDP. I'm seeing some calls coming across the 35 calls. Sweeps. Those are at the bid. So it's a little bit more bearish. Amazon, more calls at the ask, the 141 strike for September monthly. All right, so stocks are just stuck here. Indices keep testing the lows.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, they're selling. They're selling here. All right, all the FANG stocks moved lower as well.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, so we're dropping off here. SPY looks like 410. They just took out stops there, it looks like. Very choppy session. All the FANG stocks are pulling back. FANG stocks are pulling back. VIX is spiking to the highs of the day. So it looks like the bears are going to win this one. We're still up 56 cents on the day. All right, they just took out stops. Let's see if they reverse this now. Let's see if they reverse it. VIX bouncing. The highs around 11:30 were 25.81. We're back up to that level. Don't buy puts at the low of the day. Not a good idea. Wait for bounces that get rejected. We told you that take profits at VWAP. That turned out to be a good trade there. We also told you that I like to take puts at the VWAP rejection. I did not, but that's where I like to take them. Much better to take VIX, puts here than down here. The possibility of taking out stops, stop hunting, and then reversing, very high probability. Okay, so we're watching this, how this is trading right now. Very choppy day, very choppy day. 414, that was the 1140 high. The low, right around 1230, that was a nice reversal at 410.75. We got the gap down here to 410.50. Right now, I don't like the edge. We got less than a little bit more than an hour to go. Looks like they're going to rally this now, maybe. Okay. Let's see what the FANG stocks do. Yeah, buying puts at the low of the day. That's usually a losing proposition. That's right around the area where you start to look for indicators to turn. If you use Grover's scripts, you know what I'm talking about. All right, looking for a buy signal on SPY on the 2 and the 5. Okay, nice reversal so far. Nice reversal. All right, let's see if we can get a rally here. All right, nice rally. Yeah, make a habit of not taking puts at the low of the day. I think you'd do a lot better. Watch for puts, rejection at VWAP, rejection at the high of the day, supply, much better areas. It doesn't mean we can't move lower.
We're seeing from US's price that the US is in close talk with allies, including Turkey, on Ukraine grain. Also hearing from Vitrenko, US liquid natural gas can cover all of Ukraine's needs for gas imports.
All right, no follow through yet.
That's a CEO of the Naftogaz of Vitrenko.
All right, nice follow through now.
Ukraine is in talks to find a financing to purchase US liquid natural gas, and that US LNG can cover all of Ukraine's needs for gas imports.
Calls, nice follow through. Looks like we could get back to VWAP. That's 414-ish. VIX pulling back. Need VIX to drop off. Okay. All right, SPY, VIX. All right, all of the FANG stocks are bouncing now. All the FANG stocks are bouncing. Really, I'm very happy about getting the kids in Amazon. 20 shares each. I added 5 shares. Earlier around 12 o'clock. But this is a company that's not going anywhere. Short term, maybe some valuation issues, but Amazon, I don't think anything's going to change over the next 5 years. So I'd like to see those appreciate, similar to what Tesla did when it split. Good indications for Google. Amazon pretty well received, split 20 for 1. Google is up 47 on the day. It was up about what, 80 points earlier? 60 points, something like that, whatever it was. Google. All right, VIX is hanging tough. Facebook looks like it wants to go. It's just very lethargic right here. The volume was much better right around 130. Maybe it follows through. Amazon holding its own. It's up $3 on the day. Apple, it's flat on the day. Trying to stay green. Nvidia, same thing. Let's run this into the close. All right, puts just spiked up to the highs there. Puts just spiked up to the highs of the day. Tesla, a mix of puts and calls, a slew of Tesla calls and puts right around the 640, 650, 655 area for monthly options expiration. Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla. Yeah. A lot of puts and calls being bet right around this area. Apple, the 146 call for Friday. Apple, the 146 calls are active for Friday, right here. Okay, looking for a follow through now. All right, nice little pop here on SPY. SPY, we got Tesla moving higher as well. Apple's moving off the lows. All right, so Apple's moving off the low. Okay, we got Microsoft. Microsoft turning off the lows as well. That looks good. Amazon. Okay, so this is all adding fuel for a push back up to the highs, hopefully. Back above VWAP anyway. The Qs. Staying green, trying to get back towards VWAP. All right, we got less than an hour to go. We're in the last 60 minutes of the trading day. It's 3:03 p.m. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, the 6th of June. Beautiful outside in Myrtle Beach.
Newswire tally in terms of UK politics. At least 169 UK Conservative lawmakers publicly back Boris Johnson as the confidence vote begins. That is up from the 160 that we did see earlier. As a reminder, 180 is needed to reach the 50%.
Boris having a good day today.
Also on for the diaries, as we see that
I don't know anything
Treasury
about the guy,
Secretary
his
Yellen
policies,
will appear at
whatever.
the Senate budget hearing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That's Yellen due to speak at 10 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow.
All right, SPY, no follow through yet. All right, so it looks like bear flags on Apple, Amazon for now. Microsoft, Nvidia, Facebook's looking a little better. Google, a little fade on Google as well. Still up $47 on the day, Google.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike.
Holding the lows. As long as we hold the lows, looks like we could push a bit higher. SPY puts did overtake SPY calls. VIX trying to hold this level. VIX trying to hold the highs. All right, so we're holding the lows. VIX is holding the highs. Who's going to win this? Watching the FANG stocks to see if they continue to catch a bid. Apple is barely positive. Amazon's up 280. Google's up 44. Facebook's up 3.5. Microsoft is off $1.50. Nvidia's positive by 27 cents. All right, SPY coming back down to the low. Qs at the lows as well. SPY. All right, Facebook. Facebook's hanging out here at 196. 196, 194.35 printing right now. 196, we tapped the high there, came back in a little bit. But there's no follow through, so with less than an hour to go, we're just sitting here watching the indices just sputtering around. Okay, we added about 3 SPY blocks. Not a lot of blocks trading today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 blocks. That's it. 7 blocks today. That's nothing. That's so minimal for a Monday. We should see that pick up a little bit into the close. All right, more downside. Okay. All right.
So seeing from the Wall Street Journal here that Biden's decision on student loans is unlikely until July to August.
All right, starting to see a little bounce. You know, I have mixed feelings about the whole forgiveness of, I think it's only $10,000 of student loan debt, but it's going to help students. It's going to help people coming out of college become more productive when they don't have to pay these loans, at least some of them. loans. They could put that money to work instead in the markets. So overall, I think it's a good thing. You know, we bitch about we paid our student loans or whatever. Yeah, that's water under the bridge. But for these younger people coming out of college with these huge student loan debts, it's going to help them. It'll help them become more productive. You know, they can take work and not have to worry about these jobs. That's the positive side, I guess. So that'll help. That'll help at a good time too. Maybe they can start investing some of their money in the 401ks and stuff once the markets decide to bounce. Still think there's a possibility we could see more lows. That's not completely out of the cards yet. The good thing is, though, the AAII bull bear has turned, so that's a good sign, like it did back in the 1990s when I started investing back in 1987, late 1987 after the crash. We had this really nice bounce and a number of people bullish versus bearish. Everybody was bearish in the 1990s, and that led to a nice secular bull market with cyclical bulls and bears in between. We also saw the same thing in 2009. We didn't dip that far. I'm just thinking from the aspect of being able to put the money to work, you know, and help gross domestic product and all that good stuff. Yeah, everybody should have, you know, individual responsibility. I mean, that's what's taught to most of us. But back to AAII bull bear, you know, we bounced in 2020, shy of this level, and now we're turning. So that's a good sign for the bulls. That's a good sign for the bulls. S&P, like to see a close. Like to see it close higher. It will mean higher. It will mean we have to pay taxes on that relief as well. So, all right, MP. Lots of calls on MP trading right here. MP. That looks pretty interesting. MP. Okay, MP just saw a slew of option volume here. MP. That was at the bid though. At the bid, MP.
Seeing from a BBC reporter via Twitter, sources close to the PM is confident that he has won the vote. The big question is by how much. The BBC reporter says sources close to the PM said that he's confident that he has won the vote.
MP. MP. Let's see what MP looks like here. MP. I know Tony was trading this one this morning, MP, or this afternoon. All right, looking for a bounce. All right, we're testing lows again. SPY, testing the lows once again. Okay, VIX hanging in there. Okay, it looks like they want to test. It looks like they want to close this gap. We've already traded in this area. On Friday, we traded into this area. We're up here near 415 or so. 2 days. All right, so we already traded up in here. We already filled this up in here. So if they get down here to the lows, they'll fill that gap. 410 is the support level. Looks like we're going to test the 410 level.
Extreme low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so we're going to fill this gap. All right, just about filled it now. More downside. Saw a big spike in puts there, and now it's dropping back down. All right, we filled the gap. Some shorts covering now. That dashed line is Friday's close. That filled the gap right there. We gave back quite a bit today, unfortunately. Tick cumulative is still dropping. Tick cumulative is still dropping on the 5-minute time frame. So that's showing they're selling more than they're buying at the moment. Institutions selling more than they're buying. All right, starting to reverse now. All right, we got about 38 minutes to go. 38 minutes to go. Okay, looks like a bear flag on SPY. Looks like we might drop a little bit more. All right, the bear flag. We got the 20 EMA descending right over our head. SPY. All right, we're going to come down a little bit lower. Looks like we're going to drop below 410 now, or at least test 410. Oh boy. Apple looking for that to turn. All right, SPY, drop one more time. Take those puts off. VIX is stuck at the high, just below the high as well. FANG stocks just sitting here near the lows of the day. Tesla, it's up on the day, but still at the lows in the evening session.
Sitting at 128 million to the buy side.
All right, small to buy. Market on close, small to buy. Started out the day looking so good. Gave all of that back. All right, looks like we're going to hold this level. All right, all the FANG stocks starting to see some short covering. Apple starting to look good. Daniel, I see you took the 147s. Okay. Facebook, squeezing on Facebook. Take another look at Facebook. Do I want to buy any Facebook? Facebook. R size just below 50. Meandering sideways for the last 3-4 weeks. Really not the best setup. Apple. We're just sitting here under the 21 day. Needs to get above 152. Apple. All right, VIX is rolling over a bit more. VIX. All right, bank stocks looking a little bit better. Amazon fading. It's still up $2 on the day. No follow through. All right, so they're going to make this difficult into the close. We got less than 30 minutes to go. All right, there's nothing to do here. Just wait out the rest of the session. All right, let's see what S&P spiders. SPY. Spinning top. All right, so a larger body candle has started out the day looking pretty tight. We're still inside of this 6-day range between 407, 417, a 10-point range on the SPY, 100 points on the S&P 500. 90 crossing up through the 21-day. If we can hold above 410, that's a major support. There's a gamma level there. And we have a large gamma zone on the S&P right there as well, 4100. The vol trigger is 4110, so it'd be nice if we can close above that, 4110. S&P 500. Below that, become more bearish, 4110. We're at 4113 right now, so we're struggling to hold on to this 4100 level and the vol trigger at 4110. So we want to get the odds in our favor for our bullish. All right, so we're dropping off a bit more now. SPY dropping off here. With 25 minutes to go. It looks like we're going to drop down. Where's the 21-day? 21-day, 409.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, we're going to test the lows of the range. Looks like 4100. With a little bit more than 20 minutes to go. All right, we tested the lows again. And shorts are covering one more time.
Looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, it is still sitting at 128 million to the sell side. Apologies, to the buy side. keep you updated is the result of the Conservative MP vote on UK's PM Johnson is due at 9 p.m. London time or 4 p.m. Eastern time. So just under 20 minutes now till we are expecting those results.
All right. Nice follow through off the low here. All right, so we're getting the cover, shorts to cover now. All right, nice. All right, so we had the support. All right, so it looks like support is confirmed to hold here. We got institutions buying at the end of the day. That's what we want to see. We want to see institutions buying at that support level, 410, 4100. That's a major level, major gamma level. If you read the gamma update this morning, you know that this is a level that we needed to hold. All right, nice short covering here.
Looking again now to the early market on close imbalance. It is still sitting at 100.
Apple, nice follow through on the bounce. Microsoft, nice follow through on the bounce. All the FANG stocks showing the same pattern. Shorts covering is turning into more buyers now. Cool.
Low tick alert -8.
All right, we got less than 15 minutes to go. There's not a whole lot to do here today. As long as we stay in this range in the S&P, we're okay. But as soon as we lose the 21-day, that would change the picture quite a bit. We've been in this 10-handle range between 407 and 417 for 6 days now. 90 EMA is trying to cross up through. You can see higher lows each of the last 3 days, higher lows on these wicks. So that's a good sign. I mean, it's like not much to go on here. But the bad thing is that we had quite a bit of positive gains on the day and gave it all back. So that's not good. Good thing is we're staying above 410. 50 days overhead. We can consolidate for days. Consolidating can take two ways of playing out. We can consolidate in time by moving sideways, or we can consolidate in price by pulling back to say 400 or so. That's another major level of gamma support along with 410. So as long as we stay above 410, so far it looks pretty good for the rest of the week. Roblox trading near the highs of the session. Apple turning the corner.
So we are now waiting on the final orders ahead of the market on closed imbalance.
All right. We've got Krispy Kreme spiking in the day. Krispy Kreme, DNUT. Still in a consolidating area, higher lows.
Imbalance settling now at 525 million to the sell side. That's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE settling at 525 million to sell.
GameStop off on the day. Generac had a good day today. The last three trading days has been very strong on Generac. We're off the highs of the session, but looking pretty bullish.
The sources close to the Prime Minister are confident that
Google up 41 points.
At the last official count we saw, that shows that at least 169 UK Conservative lawmakers are publicly backing UK's PM Johnson.
IBM off the best levels of the session. IBM faded, but we're looking for a follow-through tomorrow on a doji.
This figure came in around 45 minutes ago. The 169 lawmakers for UK's PM Johnson staying in office. Remember, 180 is needed. Had 45 minutes to get there. And people close to the Prime Minister saying they are confident he has won the vote.
All right, SPY's pushing a bit higher. FANG stocks looking a little better. NIO up $1 on the day. NIO plus 6%. Some of the charging related names, first the solar names look good. The lithium makers. Battery makers also looking good. Pfizer. Everything seems to be taking a break today. Starbucks off the best levels of the session earlier. UVIX dropping off here. Veru off 90 cents. Veru trying to move back towards the highs. Veru. Walmart making a little turn here. Walmart with a little bit less than 7 minutes to go for the regular session. All right, so we're trying to push a bit higher. All right, looking for a little follow through here in SPY.
High tick alert plus 800.
Nice high tick. We got 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes to go. VIX dropping off very hard now. Here we go. Nice little rally end of the day. Okay, cool. All right, so 412, little resistance there, 412. We only have a couple of minutes left to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, the 6th of June. We're coming into the closing bell. And it's been one of those sideways days. We stayed below VWAP most of the day. Up, down volume, not giving us much. 1-to-1, doji pattern usually. We do see the 5-minute tick cumulative turning up at the end of the day, so that's a good sign for tomorrow. Perhaps that can follow through. GNRC, one of the better plays for today. GNRC doing very well. Let's take a look at the watch list end of day. See who did the best. Up on the day. That's not the watch list.
To the top of the hour now, but we are expecting the results of UK's PM Johnson's vote of no confidence.
I don't care. All right, MPA's having a good day today. MPA's, MATX, Matson, shipping. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. Genko shipping and trading. Doji pattern at the highs. ATGE, also global education, doing well. NPA's having a good day. NPA's. Starbucks flat. Eagle bulk shipping. Doji and Caterpillar. Looking for a follow through tomorrow on Caterpillar. Okay, so that does it for us today. Let me put Generac. Generac should have been on here. GNRC. Watch list.
So no sign of the results of UK's PM Johnson's vote of no confidence. However, we are seeing that the US Federal Reserve will announce its
Generac having the best.
2022 bank stress
Up
tests
5.75% on the day, followed by NPA's and Matson, Genko shipping. IBM having a decent day today. It closed on a doji. Looking for a little dip first, perhaps, and then a follow through in IBM. All right, folks, that's going to do it for me. Take care. Have a great evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Probably have a blog post for you tomorrow looking at what worked today and where we might see money flow in the days ahead. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care and have a great evening. Ciao.
Parliament Party does have confidence in UK's